Cathay Cathay Life Insurance, serving over 8 million customers. We are committed to enhancing customer experience and adhere to promote sustainability across three major aspects: environmental, social, and corporate governance. Becoming Asia's best financial company is our goal, to fulfill corporate social responsibility and safeguard the happiness of every family.
Coding, drawing, and laminating. Those seemingly difficult technical terms are actually widely applied in our daily life. Household goods like adhesive tapes, mobile phones, and computer screens. Located in Taoyuan City, Crown Machinery specializes in coding technology and manufacturing related machines.
Crown Machinery has, through long-term efforts, become a leader in Taiwan. We are able to maintain our machines all over the world, online. Our design and technology capabilities have stood out.
房仲就是没有给我们完整的成交行情，就这样骗我们降价到860万。
人怎么可以坏成这样？
不到半年，又被转手卖到快1300万，
前后差400多万呢。你知道他要卖多少菜吗？
黑心房仲联手投机客，为着要贪那价差嘛。
永庆房屋真房价保证，如未落实，最高赔偿400万，先诚实再成交。永庆房产集团。
Cathay Life Cathay Life Insurance, serving over 8 million customers. We are committed to enhancing customer experience and adhere to promote sustainability across three major aspects: environmental, social, and corporate governance. Becoming Asia's best financial company is our goal, to fulfill corporate social responsibility and safeguard the happiness of every family.
Coding, drawing, and laminating. Those seemingly difficult technical terms are actually widely applied in our daily life. Household goods like adhesive tapes, mobile phones, and computer screens. Located in Taoyuan City, Crown Machinery specializes in coding technology and manufacturing related machines.
Crown Machinery has, through long-term efforts, become a leader in Taiwan. We are able to maintain our machines all over the world, online. Our design and technology capabilities have stood out.
Commissioner of the Economic Development Department from New Taipei City Government, Mr. Richard Chang, President of Enterprise Asia, Mr. William Ng, Vice Chairman of Enterprise Asia, distinguished speakers and delegates. Good morning to each and every one of you. Thank you for joining us for this summit this morning. We have delegates from all over the world, including countries like Cambodia, Hong Kong, Indonesia, the Philippines, United States. Okay, let's double check again. Sound, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. Lynn, can we tell them not to put the channel in mute? I will control it myself. Would that be okay? Ready? 1, 2, 3. And here we go.
Cathay Life Insurance, serving over 8 million customers. We are committed to enhancing customer experience and adhere to promote sustainability across three major aspects: environmental, social, and corporate governance. Becoming Asia's best financial company is our goal, to fulfill corporate social responsibility and safeguard the happiness of every family.
Coding, drawing, and laminating. Those seemingly difficult technical terms are actually widely applied in our daily life. Household goods like adhesive tapes, mobile phones, and computer screens. Located in Taoyuan City, Crown Machinery specializes in coating technology and manufacturing related machines.
Crown Machinery has, through long-term efforts, become a leader in Taiwan. We are able to maintain our machines all over the world, online. Our design and technology capabilities have stood out.
房仲就是没有给我们完整的成交行情，就这样骗我们降价到860万。
人怎么可以坏成这样？
不到半年，又被转手卖到快1300万，
前后差400多万呢。你知道他要卖多少菜吗？
黑心房仲联手投机客，为着要赚那个价差嘛。
永庆房屋真房价保证，如未落实，最高赔偿400万。先诚实再成交，永庆房产集团。
guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning and welcome to the International Innovation Summit 2023. It is indeed my pleasure to acknowledge our distinguished guests. Firstly, Ms. Amy Ho, Commissioner of the Economic Development Department of the new Taipei City Government, who joins us here. Ms. Ho, it's a pleasure to see you. Thank you for gracing our event. Mr. William Ng, Vice Chairman of Enterprise Asia, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. A very good morning to each and every one of you. My name is Harjit, your MC for the 7th International Innovation Summit 2023, right here in Taiwan. I'm from Singapore, so today's weather is something very unique for me. Wet and cold, which is very opposite from where I am from. It's usually dry, hot, and then very, very hot. Well, we hope all of you are all geared up for today's program. Maybe thank you for joining us for the summit this morning. I do understand we have delegates from all over the world, including countries like Cambodia, Hong Kong, Indonesia, Malaysia, Myanmar, Singapore, Sri Lanka, Thailand, the Philippines, Vietnam, the United Arab Emirates, United States, and also, we're not going to forget about Taiwan. We also have our distinguished guests watching this summit online. So to all our virtual participants, good morning, good afternoon, or perhaps good evening, and thank you for tuning in. Well, we'd like to share with you the theme for this year's summit, which is Sustainable Innovation for Future Enterprises. Well, as the corporate sector acknowledges its role in tackling climate change, resource depletion, social justice, ethical governance to the focal point of organizations aiming to excel in the dynamic contemporary environment is sustainable innovation. With the theme Sustainable Innovation for Future Enterprises, the International Innovation Summit 2023 tends not just to motivate but to instigate efforts towards sustainable transformation. Functioning as a worldwide forum, the summit practices an exchange of insights and strategies amongst experts and practitioners. Well, the goal for here to us today is to foster a reimaging of business models, its products and services, while promoting sustainable growth for organization, which positively influences society and the planet. More importantly, this summit serves as a platform to initiate vital discussions on cultivating innovation sustainability for the enterprises of tomorrow. Some of the key topics of this summit would include redefining sustainable innovation, transforming business to serve people and the planet, sustainable innovation, drivers and barriers, business resilience through sustainable innovation, embedding sustainable innovation in the company culture, all very hot topics that we all should be discussing. The International Innovation Summit this year is organized by Enterprise Asia, as always, the region's leading non-governmental organization for entrepreneurship. It started back in 2017 when the summit was held in various places like Shanghai, Macau, Singapore, Bangkok, and then 2 years of the virtual summit due to the pandemic. And we're now pleased to host our 7th edition right here in Taiwan, where it aims to band together leading entrepreneurs across the region to spur greater innovation, fair business practices, and growth in entrepreneurship to make it a world a better place for all. Well, we do hope that today's event will serve as a platform for all of us to share their experience, gain new insights, and jointly identify regional challenges and opportunities in the world of innovation. In addition to the International Innovation Summit and Awards, Enterprise Asia is known for organizing various programs and initiatives to support entrepreneurship and business development within the region. Some of their more notable events include the Asia Pacific Enterprise Awards, Asia Responsible Enterprise Awards, Linchpin of Asia Awards, the Asia Economic Forum, and the International CSR Summit, amongst many other initiatives. Can we all take a moment to find out a bit more about Enterprise Asia? Maybe please invite you to sit back, relax, and enjoy this video.
At Enterprise Asia, our 4 points of focus are entrepreneurship, sustainability, growth, and innovation. The past 15 years has been a wonderful journey of empowering entrepreneurs, matching them with opportunities and seeing them grow. We work together with governments and other organizations to democratize entrepreneurship by promoting competition and choice. We believe that the true foundation of any nation's economy lies in its entrepreneurial resources, which, if nurtured effectively, can be the most efficacious asset for sustainable economic development. Together, we aim to uplift the economic status of people across the region to ensure a legacy of hope and innovation for our children. Our network of more than 8,000 entrepreneurs and enterprises across the world represents a combined revenue of over $50 billion. Our analysts regularly monitors close to 200,000 businesses across 19 countries and 24 different industries. We aim to identify and recognize outstanding entrepreneurial achievements and innovative enterprises as a means to reward and encourage innovative businesses and responsible enterprises to rise up to a standard of business that prioritizes innovation and sustainability. Our global summits, such as the Asia Economic Forum, the International CSR and Sustainability Summit, and the International Innovation Summit, sets a global agenda based on our 4 pillars of purpose, namely democratizing entrepreneurship, institutionalizing sustainability, accelerating growth, and empowering innovation. The next 10 years will be about connecting businesses to the innovation ecosystem and ensuring that sustainability is ingrained into everything they do. Join us as we strive towards building a world that is rich in sustainable entrepreneurship and innovation.
Ladies and gentlemen, here's a quick question. Is everyone ready for us to begin with the summit? Yes? Okay, only one person, Jacques. Anybody else? Are we all ready? If you're ready, I tell you what, do me a big favor. Give everyone a big round of applause, please. Thank you very much. Is anyone? May I now please introduce my Vice Chairman of Enterprise Asia, Mr. William Ng, for his welcome speech. Join me in giving Mr. Ng a big, warm welcome, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Harjit. Ms. Amy Hall, Commissioner of Economic Development of New Taipei City, thank you very much for honoring us by being our guest of honor this morning. Distinguished speakers, panelists, session chairman, participants, both physically here in Hotel Hilton Sinban, as well as those who are joining us online. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of Enterprise Asia, I would like to welcome you to the International Innovation Summit 2023, or we call it IIS in short. It is with immense pride and excitement that we stand before you today, hosting the 7th IIS for the very first time here in the vibrant heart of innovation, Taiwan. Taiwan, as you know, is widely regarded as a global leader in innovation. In fact, the World Economic Forum ranked Taiwan 4th in the entire world for innovation capability. Therefore, I can't think of a better venue for IIS this year than right here in Taiwan. In a world filled with so much uncertainty, the imperative for sustainable innovation has never been more pressing. Today, we stand at the crossroads of history with the power to shape a future that not only embraces progress, but does so with a deep sense of responsibility towards our planet and its inhabitants. Innovation, at its core, is a testament to human ingenuity. Yet, in our pursuit of innovation, we must never lose sight of the profound impact our choices have on the world around us. The ecological footprint of innovation cannot be an afterthought. It must be an integral part of the innovation process itself. Our challenge, therefore, is to innovate sustainably, to forge a path where progress and the planet thrive hand in hand. The theme of the summit this year, sustainable innovation for future enterprises serves as a clarion call for collective action. It challenges all of us to reimagine the very fabric of innovation, intertwining it with the principles of sustainability that are not only vital to the health of our planet, but also fundamental to the longevity and success of our own organizations. Let our innovations not merely be a reflection of our intellect, but a testament to our commitment to leaving a legacy of positive change to the future generations. Today, we'll witness a convergence of brilliant minds, diverse perspectives, and hopefully some groundbreaking ideas. Let this summit be a crucible where innovation meets responsibility, where ideas are not only born but are nurtured to address the challenges that our world faces. With that said, once again, I bid you a very warm welcome to the International Innovation Summit 2023 and wish that you will have a fruitful and very meaningful discussion and summit ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ng. Can we give him another big round of applause, please? It gives us now great pleasure to invite our guest of honor, Ms. Amy Ho, Commissioner of the Economic Development Department from the new Taipei City Government, to deliver her officiating speech. Join me in giving Ms. Amy Ho a big warm welcome, please. Ms. Ho.
Good morning, esteemed guest, Mr. William, Vice Chairman of Enterprise Asia and President of the Asia Enterprise. He had none. Okay, I'm Amy Ho, Commissioner of Economic Development Department of the new Taipei City Government. I extend my gratitude for the kind invitation from Asia Enterprise, affording me the opportunity to engage in discussion on vital topics and as business innovation, transformation, and sustainable development. Just like Mr. William said, Taiwan plays a very important role in Taiwan. And the new Taipei City is the biggest city in Taiwan. The new Taipei City government already supports the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs. Under the leadership of Mayor Ho Yo-yi, our commitment to sustainability transcends geographical boundaries and generations. In 2019, New Taipei City proudly becomes the first in Taiwan and 10th globally to publish a voluntary local review, VLR, a testament to our dedication to the SDGs. Despite the challenges posed by the pandemic, our unwavering SDGs spirit ensures that no one is left behind as we strive for a city where everyone can thrive. Our strategic plans for international level industrial development encompass 6 major industry clusters. Areas like Linkou, Bali, and Danshui are focused on evolving into smart logistic hubs, while others specialized in finance, digital technology, smart manufacturing, biotech, ICT, high-end medical materials, green energy, and electrical vehicles. Through innovation innovative projects like the New Taipei International AI Plus Intelligent Park and the Baogao Science Intelligent Park, we attract leading companies such as Foxconn, Tesla, Garmin, and Sunbird Software, contributing to overall development and job opportunities. Supporting business remains our top priority. Over the past 3 years, we've successfully implemented over 260 investment cases, creating 88,000 jobs and attracting nearly 456 billion investments. Addition of 8 investments. Our commitment to the sustainable growth of the city is embedded in the addition of 816 hectares of industrial land and incentive programs for industrial development and urban renewal, providing an additional over 1 million square meters of space. Looking ahead, the city continues its collaboration with the Taipei Port Authority to secure a high-quality environment for sustained industrial prosperity with positive outcomes anticipated in the future. The dual access transportation, digital transformation, and the ESG sustainability is a challenge that business must overcome. C-band creates significant ripples in our industries. Consequently, we are immediately advancing net zero transformation policies to assist industries in navigating this transition. In alignment with our sustainability policy, New Taipei City has taken the lead in Taiwan by establishing the New Taipei City Net Zero Assistance and Decarbonization Center. This initiative provides consultation, ESG report, guidance, and subsidies, benefiting over 100 companies in developing carbon reduction strategy. Collaborating with industries, governments, and we strive to overcome challenges posed by rising costs of domestic and international carbon taxes and fees. We have partnered with the private sector, making a commitment under the New Taipei Net Zero Emissions Initiative, encouraging companies to voluntarily disclose their carbon emission. Our sustainability initiatives extend to promoting geothermal power generation, expanding solar power system installations, and encourage private sector wind turbine installations. These efforts aim to advance energy generation and storage policies, improve energy efficiency, and contribute to the establishment of a sustainable and low-carbon city. Addressing the challenges of climate change, the New Taipei City government has drafted the New Taipei City Climate Change Response Action Autonomous Ordinance. The initiative guides industries toward achieving the ultimate goal of net zero carbon emissions. In our commitment to innovation, we actually implement the digital transformation technology to support small and medium enterprises through consultation, talent development, grant programs, financing assistance, and matchmaking for digital transformation solution. Collaborating with 8 North counties and the cities, we explore joint initiatives in industry development and regional economic matters. The new Taipei City government supports industries as a solid pillar for business. We are dedicated to building a sustainable urban environment and achieving notable milestones in governments across residential, commercial, environmental, and industrial sectors. Mayor Hall emphasized that promoting sustainable development requires not only vision, but tangible actions. Going forward, we will persist in creating a living environment for our citizens with a sustainable mindset starting from our city and aligning with the Global Sustainability Alliance. Best wishes for the success of today's event. And may joy accompany all the distinguished guests present. Now with the great honor 2023, now with the great honor and enthusiasm, I hereby announce the International Innovation Summit 2023 official begins. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Amy Ho. Summit is officially open. Can we give Ms. Ho another big round of applause, please? Ms. Ho, may we please invite you to remain on stage for a brief moment? And may we please invite Mr. William Ng back on stage, but this time to present a token of our appreciation to Ms. Amy Ho for gracing our event as guest of honor. Ms. Ng, if you will, please. Our guest of honor, Ms. Amy Ho, Commissioner of Economic Development Department, New Taipei City Government. Let's give her a big round of applause, please. Thank you very much, Ms. Amy. Well, let us begin with the summit. We have once again a lot of interested speakers who will be here with a lot of fruitful and informative discussions to share with you. Well, before we do that, on the screens now will be the QR code. This QR code will be your gateway in, once again, asking all the questions you may have for our speaker and even participate in the poll as well. So, may we please invite you to scan the QR code that you see on the screen. Lillian, if you will, please, can we all share that? And once again, if you're also taking pictures and sharing it via social feeds, be it once again if it's LinkedIn, X, or even once again Instagram as well, we'll be most happy for you to use our handle, which is #IIS. Without any further delay, let us begin with our first session, Redefining Sustainable Innovation, Transforming Business to Serve People and the Planet, which will be presented by Jane Wang. She is a global leadership coach and transformational coach, also serving as a facilitator of the intercultural competence and diversity, equity, and inclusion, and she's also an activist for degrowth and well-being economies as well. In this session, she will delve into the commencement of harnessing the value of co-creation through uncomplicated steps. This discussion that she shares with you will also illuminate how co-creating invigorates organizations' innovation capabilities, providing a competitive advantage and elevating the overall customer experience. Jane, who's born in Taipei, raised bilingually in the US, she holds a degree in sociology and international affairs. After a career in global marketing, she transitioned into coaching and facilitation in Taipei. Working with diverse clients, she views the climate crisis as a symptom of flawed growth-focused system and advocates for sustainable solutions beyond the current paradigm, urging a future prioritizing abundance and well-being within the planetary boundaries. It gives me great pleasure in inviting our first speaker for II's. Join me in giving Ms. Jane Wang a big warm welcome, please. Ms. Wang, good morning, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Hello, good morning, everyone. So, how many of you, I'm curious, just are from out of town, out of Taipei? Okay, all right, wow, welcome. So, to begin, I have a confession. So I actually, when I was preparing for the talk, I had some moments of stress because I'm thinking I'm speaking to a room full of experts, like ESG experts, and I'm not an ESG expert, okay? Just gonna say that up front. And also, I'm not an PPT pro, okay, so you will see that. So I was stressing about, the typical things before a talk. But then I just reminded myself that, I'm here to share as a human, okay, with fellow humans. I really want to speak person to person with you today, even beyond your roles in a company, because we are in a planetary emergency, okay? So I'm just here to share my own journey and just why I am passionate about degrowth as more than just a sustainable solution. It's actually a regenerative solution. And more than just an innovative solution, it's a transformational, systemic solution, okay, to not just the ecological crisis that we are currently facing, but also it addresses inequality in our societies and many other areas. It addresses our personal well-being, okay? Like so many of us are stressed out, right? So many of us are there's mental health crises around the world, right? So this all stems from one box, a system that we will talk about later. So that's what I'm here to share, okay? I'll use this. So as we begin, so degrowth, actually these are, the Slow Down and Less is More are my two favorite, most recent books on degrowth, but they also happen to really show what degrowth is really about, okay? Because how many of you have been told, right, to slow down in your life, right? So when it's something that's good for our personal well-being, it's good for our family life, and it's good for our ecology too, to do this, right? When we can actually slow down, when our economies can slow down, our business can slow down, that's actually what we will talk about later, what actually will really help our ecology restore balance as well. And if something is good for so many things, right, for humans, individually or collectively, then it must be good for business too, right? I mean, can business be the only thing? Can your jobs, can the economy, can this profit focus, go, 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 this sleep deprivation, right? Can this be what stops us from everything else that we need, right? Everything else that is good for our societies, for the ecology, for our personal well-being, right? So really, let's, people build businesses, right? People work in businesses, right? People build systems. We can change that. We have to change that. We have no choice. We are responsible for that, and maybe our ancestors up till now too, right? But we must, okay? So actually, all this stress, since we were talking about the stress, right? How many of you either have experienced or know someone who has had a major life-threatening illness, right? I would say most of us in this room at least know someone, if not has experienced it. And I argue, I posit to you that the climate crisis, all the floods and the fires and the extreme, right, the extreme intensifying, the drought, all these things are symptoms of our collective imbalance and just stressed outness, right? We're all wrapped up in this, right? And how do you recover from a life-threatening illness, right? I don't think the doctors just give you a few pills. Like if you get cancer, right? If you get really serious illnesses, it's time for a dramatic change, right? Usually you need to just slow down. You cut everything off, slow down, okay? And you rest, and you actually eat healthy food. You actually sleep, right? All these things. And you learn to be. That's what we need to do collectively, okay? There's actually no other way. So that's what we're going to talk about today. Let's see. Is there somewhere okay, personal. So actually I'm going to start with my story, okay? Because hopefully it will also link together some of these themes. And I want to just share my story with you, okay? So actually I didn't care about climate change for most of my life, okay? Why? I was really just trying to survive most of my life, like emotionally and financially. That's a whole other story. But also, I thought of myself as, like I'm not a science person, and I almost failed chemistry, and I thought climate change back then was all about data and hard sciences, and so I said, I'll leave it to those people, okay? And so what happened was, so I ended up studying people, right? So I'm a coach and facilitator, right? Studied sociology, international affairs, and things like that. So in 2016, I had my first major life-threatening illness, okay? And that was a severe depression where I actually had a lot of suicidal thoughts, okay? Why? Okay, so of course it's a whole thing, but I would sum it up as I just didn't feel that I measured up to what society defined as success, okay? And I just reached a certain point where I didn't believe it would ever happen. And I just thought I had wasted my whole, everything everybody put into me and all this stuff, and then, just it's a spiral. But I would argue, I bring it up because I would argue, where does that image of success come from, okay? How many of people, even ourselves, are just constantly stressed out trying to achieve or maintain a certain ideal image of your career, right? Or your marriage or family life or whatnot, right? And where does that come from, right? Who said this was so important? I argue that it's the system we will talk about, okay? And of course, I only got better once I learned to accept the parts of me, all of me, right? And really love, and that's part of the coaching that I do. And trust me, you can seem very successful, and deep down, there's sometimes a hole or a fear. We all have that. So there's no shame. I've been through all of that, right? So I think it is part of what fuels the mental health crisis around the world, okay? And then, a few years later, I had another life-threatening illness. I had a heart attack in March 2020. I was very lucky. We won't get into that, okay? Very lucky, that's why I'm standing here today. But honestly, there were no symptoms. And the Western doctors had no idea why exactly. And I didn't really know. I just took the opportunity. COVID happened. I was in the US at the time. And I slowed down a bit just like everyone, and that's when I launched my first transformational coaching course. But actually what happened was I kind of worked a little too hard on it, like we do, right? It's like a new business, right? And I was thinking revenue, and I was learning how to do this, and I actually think I felt a little imbalanced at one point. And I was like, not that close, but getting toward burnout, right? I could feel it. And so I actually went to a mentor of mine, and she kindly guided me into what has been a transformational inner journey for me over the last few years, okay? So what happened was I stopped marketing, okay? This course that I had successfully marketed and, you know, this. I stopped marketing, which was a big deal. It was my only source of income at the time, okay? And I just stopped. I just actually stepped back and asked my heart what it wanted. If it weren't for all the anxiety of, oh, I need to, like I had this, I think my whole life, this kind of like do, like I need to create the opportunities that I had in my life, right? So I need to be out there, I need to network. This is probably partly an American upbringing as well, just like, you know, very, very like that. So I finally allowed myself a chance to be. This was the whole point of this inner journey, just to be like a bird out there. Like a bird doesn't worry, right? Like, what if I was just me, right? And I was just like thinking, what do I want to do today, right? Like, do I really want to go to this event? No, I'm not going to worry about it if I don't go. Do I really need to post this thing on social media? You know, because I actually used to be an avid poster, you know? And then I realized, actually, when you step back, you realize like how much energy you put into certain things, and you actually ask yourself some deep questions. And this is what is transformational. And so during these few years, I've actually done a lot of like Marie Kondoing of my whole life, my thoughts, my relationships, my thinking patterns, like even just, of course, my home, my finances, everything. But here's the thing. So that's the image of me being. Okay, just being and not doing, right? And actually, for those of you, right, like I think a lot of us understand Chinese philosophy, right? So, you know, from the Tao, right, Tao Te Ching, you'll see some threads of this, right? A lot of it is from wisdom traditions, just tells us to just wu wei, right, and just be. It's actually harder than you think. And trust me, like when I started, my mom at first was quite worried I wouldn't have finances, right, as parents do, but she could sense that something, energy was shifting deep inside, okay? So then an interesting thing happened. I started to develop a connection with plants, right, and with trees, and just, what I mean is, like, they used to be too boring for me, honestly. They're so slow, right? But I started to feel like I could relate in the sense that they grow roots, right? Like big, strong trees, they grow roots deep down where no one can see. And I felt like I was doing the same thing. Like these past couple years, you know, I had no life updates, nothing external, nothing happening on the surface, right? Nothing in my job, whatever, those kinds of things, right? And so, yeah, I was growing my roots. I was just being, okay? And this actually was what helped me start to care about and start to connect with my fellow beings, like around them, you know? What's around us, right? What's alive around us. And I started to care. And I think actually there's a big difference between knowing about the climate emergency and caring, because I think we all know. We may know more or less facts, right? Some know more, some know less. But how much do we really care? Like, care enough to feel like you just got a life-threatening diagnosis. If you really personally got a life-threatening diagnosis, I think we would all care and act right away, right? So how much do we care deep down? And I think that's actually the key, right? And why do we not care? Or maybe not enough, right? Because we don't, what does it take to care, I guess, is my question, right? Like, if we believed, if we knew that everything is connected, okay? So, like, we know, I don't know if you know, this is one of the things that shocked me, like the insect die-offs, right? You may think, insects, whatever, right? But 98% there's this Puerto Rican jungle, in the middle of the jungle, 98% of insects have died off, like biomass, over a period of 36 years only. And what does that do? Like, they pollinate the plants that we eat, right? And then the birds, they eat the pests so the plants can grow, right? And then, you know, the worms in the soil, right? They make it fertile. The trees, they actually purify not just the air, but the water that we drink, right? And then the corals, they were the fish that we depend on, the fish that some of us eat, maybe not the vegetarian, but some of us eat, right? They are us, right? We would not be here without them. And they're dying, right? So just to, I think it's important to establish this is just one dimension, okay, of the ecological emergency where there's many dimensions, there's many planetary boundaries, but I'm just going to establish this just in case there's some people that are new, right? Who knows, different backgrounds, right? But just to show how severe this is, okay? So this is actually a UN report in 2019 just to study biodiversity, which is something that all those carbon emission technologies cannot solve, okay? So since 1970, all these birds, mammals, reptiles, amphibians have dropped by more than half, just from a few decades, okay? And a quarter of all species are at risk of extinction. That was 2019, okay? Sir Robert Watson, who's the chair of this organization, right, this UN organization, which, by the way, was newly established just to research this, so that's how severe it was, right? The health of ecosystems on which we and all other species depend is deteriorating more rapidly than ever. We are eroding the very foundations, okay, of our economies, livelihoods, food security, health, and quality of life worldwide. And I know some of you study ecosystems or systems thinking, right? And we are at the verge of system collapse, multi-system collapse. So this is actually a very prestigious scientific journal, right, that usually does not get very exaggerate or get very extreme, and usually very conservative, right? And see, this is what they are saying. This is biological annihilation. By the way, this is 6 years ago, more than 6 years ago, right? A frightening assault on the foundations of human civilization, right? And we will pay a high price because this is the only assemblage of life that we know in the universe, okay? So just to establish like how severe, like we are in an emergency, okay? No matter what other things you might be concerned about, war, okay, many in Taiwan are worried about war and it dominates our headlines. But I argue this trumps all, okay? You might worry about AI, we're gonna talk about that a tiny bit later. You might worry about, but this actually can cause war as well, okay? There's migration issues, makes certain countries get very, afraid of immigrants and then get very right-wing and extreme, and then all those things can cause war. This is like a poly crisis we're facing, and I argue that this is the foundation, right? So the good news, this is all very depressing, but the good news is that, again, systems are built by people, each and every one of us, okay? And this is why I'm speaking human to human. You may think, oh, but in my role right now, I'm limited, But we'll talk, we all have influence. Trust me, when I was depressed, I learned one thing, because I felt like a ghost walking around during those years, and I remember thinking, wow, even a depressed person has an influence on every single person I meet, because I just felt like my energy emanated, and I pulled deeper into myself. I wish I didn't see anybody. But imagine you're walking around, you influence every single person you meet, okay? And so even if you are just becoming aware of certain things, that could be transformational, that will make a difference. So yeah. Finally, systems. What is the system that we're talking about, right? Maybe you didn't expect this, but yes. This is the box. This is the matrix. This is the way we have been brainwashed. Okay, let me tell you how I realized I got brainwashed, right? I thought back to grad school, which is an extraordinarily long time ago, right? But I was taught trickle-down economics. This is before the financial crisis, right? I was taught trickle-down economics. I think anything I've ever studied about capitalism was a positive. I don't think, and in history you read about people who rebelled against capitalism as negative, right? And so you just accept that this is how things work. And but then you don't realize all the stress that we're under, go, do, where does that come from, right? So I want to make clear, capitalism is not about markets or trading. That's been around for thousands of years before capitalism. Capitalism's actually only been around for a few hundred years, even though there's this Frederick Jameson said, it seems easier to imagine the end of the world than imagine the end of capitalism, right? I understand you may not have been expecting this, right? But businesses are part of the system, so this is where it relates, right? And we're going to talk about it, because it's about values, right? And what is capitalism about? It's the growth imperative. It's the we have to grow, right? And we don't care what we actually need. We don't care, what actually helps humans thrive. We're not thinking about that. And we don't even care if we are destroying our very habitat, or we're destroying ourselves. And what kind of thing is similar to that keeps growing and growing like that? Cancer cells, right? Like there's healthy growth, and then there's just endless growth that just keeps growing even if it is destructive. And that's capitalism. And again, it's only been around for a few hundred years. I dare say even a couple hundred, right? In its current form. And I want to share with you what really shocked me, about capitalism. And when I started to learn more about it, this was pretty recent, to be honest with you. Some of you might have been skeptical already for a while. Actually, there's polls showing a lot of people around the world are very skeptical of capitalism already. So what I want to share with you, have you heard of enclosure movement or the enclosure acts? Okay, this is new to me. You can look it up on Wikipedia. In Chinese, it's called 圈地运动, right? So actually, in the Middle Ages, right, when there were nobles, 贵族, and then serfs like 农奴, right, and there was the Black Plague, right? So the serfs were unhappy, but then the Black Plague happened. Many people died, right? So after that, there was actually a shift in power balance. And so the serfs, the workers, they actually had more leverage to ask for more wages and more time off, right? They had more leverage. And actually, some of them started to create these self-governing bodies. Like they would create these self-governing groups, and then they would actually take turns farming some of the land, and they would rotate so that the land wouldn't get desiccated, right? Wouldn't dry up, right? And so this was actually called the golden age of the proletariat. The golden age, right? From 1350 to about 1500, around there, because this happened all over Northern Europe, right? Or Western Europe, right? So what happened was the nobles and the church, right, the elites were not happy with this, and at some point they went in violently and kicked people off their land, burned orchards, killed people, okay? And they enclosed the land. They privatized it, okay? And that's the beginning of the privatization of land, which is that foundation, because what happens, then you have to depend on the system now. You have to depend on what the nobles and the elites, the system that they give you. You have to get a job. You have to work for them. You can't plant your own things, right? And then this extended to colonization. I mean, we all know about colonization. I didn't know about that. This happened in Europe too, and then this is the mechanism. What clicked for me was, okay, so actually, capitalism requires us, people, the capitalists, right, to create artificial poverty and scarcity. So what it means is you have to create poverty for people to be dependent on you for the system. So in India, British did the same thing. You had to go in and cut people off from their land and then make people dependent, right, on the system that had to work because they had no other way to get food. Right? This was what clicked for me. Because we'll talk about it in a bit, but people say, well, we need capitalism to, lift people out of poverty. Well, we'll talk about that, but actually, capitalism had to create poverty and create scarcity to even be able to extract cheap things, right? Or free things. Cheap labor, free things. That's because you need profit, so you need to have the foundation of extraction and exploitation. It's not something that you can just mitigate, like in your CSR, departments, because capitalism is at the foundation, okay? And then we also have to, on top of that, the European philosophers like Descartes and Plato, they actually had to thingify, which means like objectify nature, Actually, in indigenous cultures, there is no term nature because they relate with each being individually, right, as a person, like as a relationship, right? But Western philosophy, they had to make humans special. We're the only ones who can think, right? I think, therefore I am, right? We're the only ones who can think. So other beings have no feelings. They don't, basically they're not really sentient or whatever it is that they argued, right? And that's a good way to take from them. Because in any relationship, you might know this, if you just keep take, I don't think that's a lasting relationship, is it? Right? You have to give back. It has to be reciprocal. There needs to be respect, right? But in this system, they had to change people's connection to Mother Earth. They had to make it things that you can just take endlessly, right? And then on top of that, you had to externalize it. So keep it away, keep it hidden, keep it invisible. So actually, I've been reading this book on how the slavery movement ended. You know, when we think about capitalism being very difficult to change, you can imagine also how difficult it was to change slavery, to end slavery. And there was actually a movement to do that, right? But also back then, when people like the British, they were, you know, eating their sugar, right? The tobacco, the cotton, all those things, right? Coffee. They didn't also know. A lot of the British, because they were the island and this happened in the West Indies, they didn't know what was happening, how they got this sugar or this coffee, right? Just like, but the thing is, we actually do know some, right? We do know where some of this comes from. Not just you in the room, but I mean like we collectively, right? There's news about it, you know? About, for example, where our food comes from, the factory farms, like where our clothes come from, right? Like the Rana Plaza factory collapsed, right, in Bangladesh, right? We actually know where all these things come from, and yet, you know, we just think this is the system. So, and then let's talk about, do we really, some of you might have doubts, like, do we really need to change the system, right? So we talked about earlier, right? Does growth really fight poverty? So actually growth fuels inequality, then that fuels growth, right? So we know, for example, in India, right, the wealthy capture most of, and actually not just India, this is just an extreme case, but, right, the wealthy capture most of the growth, the benefits of growth, right? And then oftentimes it's mechanized, right, so that actually there's no jobs that come from the growth because people choose AI or choose other ways, right? And of course, growth actually, we talked about earlier, actually extracts from the poor. And then I just thought I'd share with you about AI too. This is a, you know, parallel industry. And you know, the doom scenario everybody cares about is, oh, what if, you know, you can't turn off the machine and then it just copies its own, you know, code everywhere and it multiplies itself and then it comes and controls us, right? And that is an actual existential fear that people have, right? And then this is Ezra Klein. This is from an article of his, right? He says, like, capitalism, he's saying in the New York Times, like, capitalism itself a kind of artificial intelligence, and it's actually the one, because why? Because people are choosing what they call a pro-innovation approach, which means not to regulate, right? Certain countries, like Britain, right? Let's just not regulate it. Why? Because it's pro-innovation. And we're here at an innovation summit, right? So what is innovation for? No care for safety, no care for what it does, just innovation. Innovation in and for of itself. Oh, creativity is, you know, going back to Tao principles, right? Wisdom. Anything in its extreme, we need to be aware of, right? All things in moderation, right? What are we doing innovation for? What problem are we trying to actually solve just for the fun of it, just to see how amazing humans can be? And then the circular economy has become fashionable as well. And not to say a lot of it is what we need to do, but it's been co-opted, for example, by the plastics industry, many other industries. And this one, you know, they'll talk about everything else except reduction, right? Which is the one thing we actually need. We need to reduce the production Otherwise, just more plastic, more growth. Therefore, right, the oil company CEO, that actually I think it's today in Dubai time or yesterday, right, that COP28 began, right? And he said, we will produce more plastic or more as long as there is demand, right? This is a famous quote, right? As long as there's demand. So they just will not compromise on that part, right? So now we talk about green growth, right? You might say, well, what about green growth? Lots of exciting articles about how you can decouple emissions from, growth. Right? And actually, just to show you, there's actually a Beyond Growth, essentially a degrowth conference that happened in the EU in May this year, by the way. So it's not as crazy as you might think. European Union is actually, major leaders have actually started, because it started from a grassroots movement. It wasn't like it just started recently. People have been thinking about this, okay? And this Timothée Parike, he's actually a French economist, right? And he's the one who's saying, okay, he's actually saying these are the claims, but actually, I'll just point to the middle one. Actually, even the UN admitted, UNEP admitted, green growth was a pipe dream. Okay? It's a fantasy. None of the data shows that it actually works. There are countries who make cleaner emissions, or at least bring the carbon relatively down, okay? But if you really look at the data, the material footprint, the total, because sure, the actual production of the wind energy and the solar energy, that's clean. But then all the material footprint actually is huge. Why is it so expensive? It's huge energy that needs to be consumed to make it happen, to create the wind, all those factories or whatever that make that energy, right? So the total material footprint is nowhere near coming down. And imagine you're growing. You're not even stopping. You're growing exponentially, essentially, right? And so you cannot cover. It's like imagine if I had a circle, and this even if we were 100% on clean energy right now, but the pie is growing. It's never going to actually help us. It's not going to be fast enough if we keep growing. And this is a scientific consensus now, okay? We're not going to be able to get it below fast enough what we need to do to get it below 1.5. And you can't even imagine how much, right? How much. We have never lived in a world beyond that, beyond these degrees warmer, right? And then also a lot of the, data actually includes these negative emissions technologies. Like in the net zero, right, 2050, they include these BECCS technologies, right? The carbon capture and storage, right, the removal. And that's been shown to be, that's unproven, right? It's unreliable. And it solves one problem by creating many others, right? Because it takes so much energy and land to happen, right? So it just, we're trying to, you notice how us humans, we're trying to make it easy for ourselves. We're just trying to quick fix. We want a quick fix. That's what we're trying to do. We're trying to take the little pills. When you get a diagnosis of cancer, you're like, oh, can I just take maybe one day off and maybe take a few pills, right? But no, that's not gonna avoid death. Yeah, and that's what we're in. We're in an emergency. We are in a life-threatening diagnosis for many decades, by the way. And it's finally hitting us. I actually find people are getting it. Because I used to think this was a radical idea, maybe people aren't getting it, but I think people are getting it. They can look at the weather. They can see. And then people might say, well, we might have more efficiency improvements. Humans are ingenious. We will invent something that will help us grow, be able to continue to grow. And there's the Jevons paradox. You can look it up. Efficiency improvements are just applied to create more growth, really. That's what capital does, because capitalism, the king is capital. Capital will make more capital, okay? Oh, this is, by the way, my favorite book. I told you I'm a student. I'm learning as well, right? I'm a student in the sense of student of degrowth, right? Also, because it's so much to learn, right? And this is one of my favorite books on it. Less is more, okay? And he's saying, scientists have made it clear that the only feasible way to reverse ecological breakdown is to actively slow down growth, okay? That's the only way. So what is degrowth? I want to share with you that what's coming up, I'm just going to show you quickly the values behind degrowth, okay? And actually, there is a working group in Taipei, in Taiwan, that we're starting to look at how to actualize degrowth. And we're going to talk about some of the business parts today, right? What time is it? Okay, I see. Okay, good. So these are some of the values, right? Well-being, right? Common values of care and solidarity and autonomy, right? I just want to show you like how this is contrasting. And there are ways to do this. This is how it's contrasting with capitalism, right? And the system that we're under. And it's possible. These are some of the principles, right? Work-life balance. This is the part that actually we'll talk about more in a bit. But it's the people part, right? This is not the only part. But it's very much about work less, play more, okay? What is life? When you think about the purpose of life, we'll talk about purpose of corporation, but what are we here to do? Like work our butts off and then get a life-threatening illness, which so many of you I know people at the very least, if not yourselves, have faced, right? Now you know me, right? I mean, why are we here? Just to work? What if we designed life and our economy, therefore, based on what we actually need? So these are some of the things. And actually, it's a decolonization of not just, so when we say decolonization, in a way, we are still colonizers, those of us that are wealthy enough to sit here today, okay? We are living on a lifestyle that is based on extraction from the global south. And we may not see and face every day all the consequences of that, right? But we are colonizing their atmosphere. We're taking resources from them. Why are we not colonizing also, right? And we also need to decolonize our brains, our minds, our mindset. Like if some of you are sitting in the audience like, oh, this is impossible. I know my father, when I told him, he was like, whatever. I get it, you know? I'm sure that's how a lot of movements, or, you know, when you talk about startups, right? The startups that you love. In the beginning, it's like, whatever. But this is what needs to happen for us to survive. Again, coming back to the emergency we are in, right? Dethingification, we start to rebuild our actual connection, just like I did with the plants, right? With living beings. Not objectifying them, right? Democratization actually is a big part of it. You think we're living in a democracy, but are we democratized in the way that employees make decisions? Are people in Bangladesh able to say what they actually want or don't want in their land? Right? Like, how are the decisions being made in business? Mostly by the shareholders, right? Mostly by the owners. I probably won't have time to go through all of it, but deceleration, slowing down, right? We'll talk about that in a bit. What is sufficiency? Sufficiency is so huge, though, right? It's like, what is enough, right? You know, in self-care, we talk about being enough, right? Knowing we don't have to do anything, just like I learned over the last few years, right? Like, just be, right? So what is enough for our lives? Actually, I just want to share with you, there's this TED Talk by this eco-village founder in Thailand, right? It's called, like, Life is Easy, Why Do We Make It So Hard? And he just talked about, he as a young person, he went to Bangkok and, you know, got really stressed out and then came back to his village, and then he started to build eco-villages, and he realized, what do we really need? Food, shelter, clothing, medicine. Food, he grows. Shelter, he actually grows, like, he said, like, he works 2 hours a day and he has many houses now, okay? And then his colleagues in Bangkok work their butts off, get sick and all this, and they get one house, right? Okay? And what else? Like clothing. He has lots of secondhand clothing people give him. He doesn't need much, right? Medicine. Not to say we all have to go back to that life, but just saying, you know, the basics, nature. Like, remember those people that got kicked off their land during enclosure, during colonization, right? Nature provides us with all that we need, right? Medicine, because he doesn't have stress, he doesn't need that much medicine. And then he also knows about the plants so he can create medicine for himself, right? So just to say, we forget the bounty we live under because we have also all been cut off from knowing how to live with the bounty of nature, right? What is commons? We use the commons that the proletariats in the Middle Ages that they had, right? What's shared? Restoring that, the sharedness, the community, right? Not the individual ownership, right? Regeneration, not just sustainability. We actually need, that's a good beginning, okay? But we actually need to give back, just like in a relationship, right? Respectful relationship, we take and then we give, but also we need to regenerate land, we need to regenerate people. And interdependence, remembering the web of life, right? That we are one, that they are us, we are them, right? And localizing. Because you see these huge factory farms and the supermarkets that have the huge supply chains, and some of you work in companies that have huge supply chains, and then it's actually, we can get a lot of that done locally. And it would actually look at what local people know. So some of the climate mitigation or even adaptation, like the seawalls in Japan for the tsunami, right? Or the, just like in Bangladesh, certain disasters prior to that, there were local voices saying, hey, this is not gonna work. But then they were overridden by basically people that were colonizing, in a sense, through business, right? Saying, no, this is gonna work. These seawalls are gonna protect you from tsunamis. But local knowledge, they know best what they need, right? So that's a principle for business as well. So it's a decolonization, de-enclosure, de-intensification. Who feels like their life is very intense right now, right? So it's from taking less, from scarcity to abundance, from extraction to regeneration, from dominion to reciprocity, and from loneliness and separation to connection. These values, I just want to show these values are what's behind what we are going to talk about in terms of business. So the role of business. First of all, business didn't always look this way, right? In the 1980s, Jack Welch of GE almost single-handedly changed business, because before that it was much more about stakeholders. All stakeholders, not just shareholders. He single-handedly, okay, you can look into this, right? People study him. I actually read his biography or autobiography back in the day when I was in business, right? People looked up to him, right? But he's the one who made C-suite and shareholders get the highest, right, profits, right? And he's the one who decided to lay off the bottom 10% regularly, and then the globalization, all this outsourcing, just focusing on profit. And even, after the financial crisis, business leaders started to realize, right? This is not working in the long term. And so there was a business roundtable, right? The CEOs, many top CEOs said that we need to now focus on stakeholders, because you're not going to have any kind of quality. And this, Mark Benioff, this is surprising. I don't know how many of you know, the Salesforce CEO actually said, capitalism as we have known it is dead. This obsession we have with maximizing profits for shareholders alone has led to the incredible inequality and planetary emergency. When we serve all stakeholders, business is the greatest platform for change. It really is. It really is. If we can bring all these decisions down to the level of production and actually make things, really ask ourselves the core questions, like what do we actually need? What will help us flourish, right? Ask the real fundamental questions. So some of the ideas. What does degrowth look like? So these are just for business, right, that are related to business. There's a lot about policy, at a higher level, things like that. These are just some ideas, and I mostly took them from these two books, right? Use value, rather than, when you sell something, transact just to make profit, right? No, bring it back to use value, right? Shortening work hours, we're going to talk about shortening work hours, right? Eliminating division of labor, so much so that we're just making humans like automatons, although I think AI is solving that already, unfortunately. And then, make the production part basic, right? Make the production part down to the level of where employees can make decisions as well, right? Where stakeholders can make decisions, right? Where the people in Bangladesh can make decisions, right? Okay? Value essential work, we found that in COVID, during COVID, right? There's books on getting rid of bullshit jobs. These books talk about it too. And what are some bullshit jobs? Like, sorry, but consultants, corporate consultants, right? Or just marketing even. I used to be in marketing, right? But you think about marketing as just trying to make people, okay, I'm simplifying here, but make people buy more that they may not want. Like if they wanted it or if they needed it, they would get it, right? Like think about the Eco-Village Guide. Do they really need it? Like, do we really need most of the things? What is enough? Like, what do we need, right? Just to come back to what do we really need, right? This is a tough word. Obsolescence, just like basically product turnover, like making products' life end more quickly, right? That's obsolescence. So like our cell phones could actually last longer. Our light bulbs, I started with light bulbs. Our light bulbs could last longer. Lots of things, lots of gadgets could last longer, but they actually build it in to end, right? So we can stop that. We can extend product life, essentially. We can cut all this excessive advertising, right? We can, I'm not saying this is easy, by the way, right? I know these are different ideas, but from ownership to usership, and to scale down some ecologic disrupt industries, that probably requires some government policy as well. But if you are part of a destructively ecological industry or system, that's something to be thinking about, right? And we're not destroying you. We're just saying maybe you could transition somewhere else, right? Maybe we can scale these things down, right? These are ideas. These are just ideas right now. Hopefully just introducing them, okay? I want to focus on the shorter working hours. We all want that, I think, if it doesn't make our living suffer too much, right? But back to the needs, what do we really need? But it's amazing. People think, oh, if you just like give people more hours, like some people think, oh, they're just gonna, do more ecologically intensive things. But actually, it's the opposite. There are studies that show people will actually do things that are free, that don't impact the environment, because they're human things. They're just like things that help us to reconnect with ourselves and our loved ones. That doesn't require destroying the environment. But it's actually, if you've noticed, like I've noticed when I'm stressed out, by the way, I start to eat like cookies and things, right? Like I start to binge watch like Netflix or something, right? Like we do things when we're stressed out. We consume more, right? Like I haven't taken taxis in a few years. I used to be a taxi lover because I was always going from one place next, right? I actually haven't flown in 3 years also, right? Because I just didn't feel the need to escape to a vacation, right? Because I was having a vacation every day, being myself, right? And I'm sure most of you actually do have, I don't know, everyone's in a different situation, but we have more leeway than we think, okay, in this room, okay? We don't have to aspire to the great wealth out there. We can just come back to what we need, right? Because a lot of the aspiration is just like what drove me to depression. People manifest it in different ways, but it's this ego. It's ego, right? It's making up for something in our past that we want to compensate for. If we can let go of that, I'm not the little kid that was bullied. I was bullied, right? But I'm not the little, we can let go of those things in our past, the wounds, right? We probably don't need as much as we think, okay? A lot of it's just compensation. Yeah. This is amazing, right? We'd have more time for caring for really human things. This is probably what they said. This is the fastest way to create change toward helping the ecological crisis. Just shorter working hours. Of course, this needs to be paired with policy, right? So people's jobs don't suffer. There's job guarantees that we need to have. There needs to be a basic, more social welfare, right? There needs to be, especially this, we need to do this anyway because there's AI, unfortunately, at the same time, right? So we need to do this anyway. But we all could benefit from more time. Just like I had these luxury 2 years. I find myself getting a little busier now, but there were about 2 years where I really just had this luxury of time. What if you had that luxury, right? Okay, there was a video, but you know what? I don't know if we have time, so it's okay, we'll see. We'll see. There was a video, but there's a video on this website. This website is the Wellbeing Economy Alliance, okay, website, you can look it up. And I actually recommend later to check out their Transforming Business page, okay? So this is really getting down to the fundamentals, really why are we, what's the driving force? Like, what is business for? What is your business for? What is your life for? Getting down to the basic questions, the vision, the purpose, okay? And that's what's going to shape all the other things. Are we serving people? Are we serving the planet? Are we serving profits and our shareholders? Like, what are we serving here? We get, not maybe every single person in this room has that power to single-handedly change this, but we can influence, right? And even if just we think this, it will start to spread, right? And actually, from the Sam Altman AI thing, it shows that employees have a lot of power if they all got together, right? That wasn't in the direction we wanted, but yeah. Business ownership and governance is a huge part, right? That's a huge part. That's going to require systemic change, but if we can all get on board with this, like employee-owned businesses, right, are a thing. Like there are case studies on this website and elsewhere that show that ownership can change. It can be different from the way it is now. Just like Jack Welch single-handedly changed everything. Things can change back. We can start to rethink how our governance looks, right? Who gets to do the decision making? And then leadership and participation. Again, we talk about democratizing, right? So even the type of leadership, the type of leader you are, how much are you inviting participation in the decisions across all the people that you affect, right? And then the stakeholders, so stakeholders include wherever your factories are, right? Like, are you really communing with them? Are you really treating them as part of your community, that we are all connected? Would you do this? Would you want somebody to do this to you, right? Whatever you're doing in your business. Product and service innovation is huge, right? Like, where is the regenerating happening? Where can you at least end waste and pollution? Where can you just rethink your whole process? And I'm sure this whole innovation summit will talk more about that, hopefully, right? But every step, like, what can we do to think in a regenerative way? You know, nature is regenerative. There is no waste. You know, in permaculture, which is what I learned, I'll talk about it, at the end, but permaculture, there is no waste because compost, right? Like what comes, even the poo is actually gold for soil, right? Like there is no waste in nature. But we create so much waste, right? So we can rethink that and how we can measure so we can get to the vision, the definition of success that we create for ourselves, right? And then the learning together. Because it's not going to, systemic change is not like this, right? We really want participation. Yes, we need to communicate. It's going to be, trial and error. But at least we can start to embrace the values of what we need to do. And then our human ingenuity, our innovation can be applied towards solving real problems for creating the kind of business, the kind of life that we actually want and need. Not want only, but need, right? For our well-being, right? For society's well-being. And then that will, ironically, or not naturally, lead to ecological balance, too. It's because we're imbalanced and the system is imbalanced that the ecology is imbalanced. Just to give you an example, there's different kinds of fixes. And there's this is from a website. Even the self-care industry, the wellness industry is being, capitalized, I guess, right? And so there's surface things, not to say they're not good, but people say, oh, I'm self-caring, I'm going to get a massage, or I'm self-caring, I'm going to do this juice cleanse, or whatever. And not to say those things are bad, but it's like a Band-Aid, right? It's not the core solution. We need both, right? We need times when we can recharge the Band-Aid things, but we also, most importantly, need the transformational things. Because Dr. Lakshman, right, argues that real self-care is knowing how to set boundaries and say no. It's knowing how to practice self-compassion like I finally learned how to do it to recover from my depression, right? It's learning how to align your values with everything in your life, including your work and your business, right? and it's learning to exercise personal power, right? So you can look into this and more of her work, right? But actually it starts with ourselves. Like, are we really embracing real self-care? And so what will you do when you are facing a life-threatening illness, an ecological emergency, if you can fully believe we are all dying because the planet and everyone is dying, okay? We're just insulating ourselves, just like those seawalls in Japan that weren't big and that experts said will hold, right? And the local people are like, no, the seawalls are not going to hold, and that's what happened in 2011, right? We build these things to protect ourselves, thinking, yeah, we're smart enough, like, because we're looking at past data. So yeah, past data says this is fine, this seawall is strong enough. But the local people know, like, these ecosystems collapses are not linear. So yes, we are dying. So what are you going to do? What are we going to do in an emergency, right? Are you ready to transform? You can start with the business part, right? The weall.org, Wellbeing Economy Alliance. Look into that. That is a really rich source for you, for business, right? Business part. There's also Donut Economics, Kate Raworth, right? She talks about planetary boundaries and then social well-being in the middle. She has also some things to say for business, right? Actually, I highly recommend reading Less is More. I've been recommending it to everybody, right? And then exploring more about the degrowth movement and join the movement as a citizen, right? We're going to have a movement. Stay tuned, right? Join the movement. It's radical, but hey, I think people are ready for it. Even I was just listening this morning, the presidential candidate in the US that's challenging Joe Biden in the Democratic primary, right? He's a businessman, but he says the problem is that there's all this, America's the richest country in the world, but things are not affordable for people, right? We have a huge inequality problem, right? So join the movement. Everybody realizes we are in a lot of trouble. So do something, right? And most importantly, in personal life, slow down, right? Take care. And spend time in nature and learn permaculture, because actually you can learn how to design your life. Some of those things that we talked about, you can learn how to, just a 仆门 in Chinese, it's 朴树的朴 and then 门, like door, right? I learned it, it changed my life, right? Because you can design your life and your spaces according to nature's principles, right? And if we don't learn nature's principles, how are we going to get out the system? If we don't rebuild our connection with nature that had all this bounty for us, this abundance, right? We're going to depend on the system forever. And then that's going to make us sick personally, and it's already, right, collectively making us sick already, right? We have a life-threatening diagnosis. So hopefully you can just see this is not, we can't fit everything in today, right? It's just for business part, but hopefully you can see the shift in the thinking, just the mindset, the paradigm shift and the values that we can, from a very foundational place, transform our lives and our businesses toward what we actually need. Thank you. Sure. Oh.
Thank you very much, Jane. May we please invite you on stage to adhere to some of the questions that have been posted, especially for you. We'll take one from Shoshana. How would you envision the role of businesses evolving in the next decade, for example, generally serving both people and the planet through sustainable innovation?
Well, thank you, Shoshana. I think I will say I touched on some of those themes, right, in the end, right? But I actually think many of you are the experts in what actual decision-making happens. You know, I'm not in a company anymore in the nitty-gritty. I used to be, but it's been a long time, right? And so in terms of the nitty-gritty decision-making that needs to happen, right? For all those 7 well-being assessments to happen, right? You can start somewhere, but let's just start with those questions, asking ourselves the right questions about what kind of role does business play? Like, do we want it to serve? If we choose planet, if we choose people, humans are powerful. Like, we can design the nitty-gritty, right? the actions, the step-by-step action plan around the vision. So what is your vision? I would start there, right? What are your values as an individual sitting right here, working in a business, having the connections and the influence that you have, just being alive? Like, what are your values, your personal values? And then how do you want to align that, like we were saying earlier, align those values with your business and where you choose to work and how you choose to work and how you choose to lead, right? So how does it evolve? Like, hopefully we can get everything down to a local production level where people actually get to make decisions about the things that affect them, not just for shareholders, right? Stakeholders, right? That business can actually be a force for good, not just as a side thought for CSR or ESG or whatever, right? Not like a side, like a DEI, like a side department. But that these values can start to actually infuse from the bottom up. So I want to say it's actually, degrowth is the bottom up. Some people, when I first learned about degrowth, I was like, how are we going to convince the rich people, right, to give up their power? Or the politicians, how are we going to do that? And then I realized, finally, that it's actually a bottom-up movement. That's why all of us matters. We're not necessarily all at the top. Some of us are, right? But some of us in this room, some of you, right, are at the top. Okay? Then you got to think about where can you share power. But if you are not at the very top, then we are the bottom-up. That we are the ones that's why join the movement, right? It's going to be larger than business. It has to be larger than business, but business is a big part of where it's going to begin because it's where a lot of the unnecessary production is happening. So if we can get back down to that level, then we can start to change so much. Yeah.
Second one, what role do consumers and public perception play in encouraging businesses to adopt sustainable innovation?
Oh, I think you know the answer. I think it's big. And that's why there is even a term called greenwashing, right? Let me share something interesting with you. Remember that book I was sharing about the anti-slavery, the movement that happened in the late 1700s in Britain, starting in British Empire, right? Even back then, they have parallels to today. Like, even back then, there were people in the members of parliament that were debating the slavery issue, right? That were on the pro-slavery side. And because they were themselves or they knew people who were landowners, right? Like slave plantation owners, right? And so they would say, no, they would lie. They would really lie. And they would just say, no, slaves are really happy. Like, this is what they would say. They would say, slaves are really happy. No, these things are not happening. No, like, da-da-da. So my point is, like, there was public opinion shifting, and then there would be people who would find ways to whitewash slavery, right? And then now there's people who would try to greenwash everything as well, right? So public perception does matter in terms of even getting certain companies who are, to change the way they talk, the rhetoric, right? But then we need to go deeper than that, right? We need to not be lied to. We need to know what the actual scientific evidence and data are. We need to empower ourselves, right, as the movement, right, to really know. And I do think big things have happened. I think there was a slide I was missing. I ended it too quickly, but, Margaret Mead had that quote, right, that said, it just takes 2 or 3 committed people to change the world, and that's how the world has ever changed, right? It's just, we can create a movement. It has happened before. So I think public perception matters a great deal, but we need to be empowered to go further, not just be content to be lied to. And there are a lot of lies right within ESG. Yeah.
With that, join me in giving Jane Wang a big round of applause, please. Jane, thank you so much. Could you please remain on stage for a brief moment? Jane, could you please remain on stage for a brief moment as Mr. William would like to join us and present you a token of our appreciation, please. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in giving our first speaker for IIS 2023, Jane Wang, a big round of applause, please. Thank you, Jane. And thank you, Ms. Ng. Coming up next, we have Dr. Will Tao, who is the professor from University of Waterloo and the director of G-Social Lab Canada, who shares with us more on sustainable innovation drivers and barriers. Well, this session will illuminate the factors propelling sustainable innovation and also explore the challenges faced by enterprises in the production environmentally friendly products, examining various facets of landscape. Before moving back to Canada, Dr. Will pursued his postdoctoral research at Stanford University, and his research interests center on human-centered innovation, or HCI in short, advocating for the integration of humanistic values within innovation practices across diverse sectors. He has contributed to a wide range of journals spanning business, education, engineering, and interdisciplinary studies. Join me in giving Dr. Will Tao a big warm welcome, please. Dr. Will, good morning, sir.
Testing. Should be okay, right? Everyone can hear me all right, okay? Do I need to speak up a little bit more, or I'm good? Okay, thank you so much. Thanks for the introduction. Good morning. Hi, everyone online. My name is Will. I'm a professor at the University of Waterloo, as you know. It's a great pleasure to be invited to give a talk. It's going to be a very, very small talk on sustainable innovation. I'm a business school trained professor and also a business practitioner. So my perspective might be slightly different from the first speakers, although I have to say it was a very, very powerful message. I thoroughly enjoyed listening to it. So I'm going to, in the next bit, talk about some of the drivers for sustainable innovation. I want to talk about a little bit about those big things that everyone wants to talk about, but I also want to talk a little bit about those smaller things that, a lot of times we overlook. And then I want to talk about the challenges and also give us some hope by looking at some of the strategies. So very quickly about myself, I wear many different hats. I'm a researcher, a professor, and a consultant, and also executive. When I wear my researcher hat, I do innovation research. I'm an interdisciplinary researcher. What that means is I study innovation as a social phenomenon, but also as a technological phenomenon. So for technological innovation, my primary passion is on artificial intelligence. With my graduate students and collaborative companies who've been very fortunate to be able to work on projects that look at ways to optimize a lot of our business operations from both visual and text-based perspectives. Teaching-wise, I mainly teach innovation entrepreneurship, which, in my opinion, is also another form of innovation. You, as an entrepreneur, you innovate your organizational structure. You create something entirely new. So you are an innovator as well. And also, I also teach organization. So as a consultant, with my colleagues, we offer consultation services in terms of innovation and entrepreneurship. So this talk is very much a collaborative work. I want to say thank you to my colleagues at G-Social Lab, which is a Canadian consulting firm specialized in innovation and entrepreneurship research and practice, and also my colleagues at United Seas Information for their support for my research. So why should we care about sustainable innovation? Just now we have already heard a very strong message about how it is already very late. Let me try to put a little bit more positive light on this. Now think about the sun, okay, the sunlight. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of sunlight this morning. It's been raining. But think about the sun. Anyone knows how much energy that 1 hour of sunlight that we receive on the planet Earth, how much energy that 1 hour sunlight generates? Anyone knows? We are all in energy crisis, right? Correct? Everyone agrees? We're all in energy crisis, right? We need energy. Do you know actually that 1 hour sunlight that I have been talking about, that's equal to the energy needs that the entire planet needs, for the entire planet for 1 year, okay? So our energy crisis that we are in is real, but science is also real. In fact, we only need 1 hour worth of sunlight that the planet Earth receives to satisfy our energy needs for an entire year. So when we talk about sustainability is our goal. But there's one thing that allows us to achieve that goal. What is that thing? That's innovation. That's why we need innovation, so that we can do something one day in the not too far away future, so that we can gather part of that 1 hour worth of sunlight and then direct that kind of energy into our daily energy needs. So there's some hope. That's why we need to talk about sustainability, but we also need to talk about innovation. These two words go hand in hand. Sustainability is the ultimate goal, but innovation is how we get there. That's why it's very important to talk about sustainable innovation. Now here, sustainable innovation, in my view, is that it's not only innovation that we do to become sustainable, but it is also innovation that is done in a very sustainable way. My definition here for sustainable innovation is that it involves creating products, service, or processes that drive economic growth and also have a positive impact on the environment and the society. Think about the sunlight technology that eventually might be realistic. Now, there are two key characteristics, right? The first characteristic is that when you're talking about sustainable innovation, you're blending two things. You're blending economic growth with a genuine care for your society, right? I'm someone that is business school trained, but I'm not entirely happy about this very clear-cut, black and white difference between business and the good. I don't think business is necessarily evil. I think a lot of things have happened in the last couple of decades. Now, business schools across the globe are now in the movement where we want to bring more humanistic element into our curriculum. We want to train the next generation of business leaders to be people that very good at making profits, but also very good at safeguarding our society, safeguarding our environment. I'm not entirely happy about, putting business people in the group of bad guys. I think sustainability and sustainable innovation is a great opportunity for the businesses to become not only the profit generator, but also the forceful good. So sustainability, sustainable innovation, key characteristic number one is the blend of economic objectives and environmental and societal objectives. The second thing is it focuses on long-term profitability, right? So profitability and sustainability are not at odds. With sustainable innovation, we actually focus on long-term sustainability, but by doing so, we're at the same time focusing on long-term profitability, right? I want to tell you a little bit more. I will tell you a little bit more why that's the case. And finally, when you are engaging in sustainable innovation, you're basically also engaging in integrating advanced technologies in your environmental friendly solutions, right? Think about the sunlight example again. You are emphasizing what technology can really do, right? We have already seen a lot of these efforts, the very salient efforts across different industries, sectors. For example, renewable energy, right? Companies have been working very hard to utilize their resources efficiently, right? Companies are not abusive of the resources. They're working very hard to optimize the use of resources, right? And also, companies are now working very hard to minimize our environment footprint, right? So I'm not entirely happy about painting companies as the evil people. I think we are the force for good. Now, let me give you a couple of Canadian examples. I'm a Canadian, and I think it's not too much for me to, try to advocate a little bit about those amazing companies that are a lot of times very young. They're startups. Many of these are startups that are doing amazing things in terms of sustainable innovation. For example, we have in Toronto this company called 3E Nano that is developing nano-thin solar coating to reduce heating cost. Right? Just now we heard about very interesting talk on AI, what AI could do. So in Montreal, this company called Brainbox AI is optimizing HVAC systems, basically air conditioning systems in buildings. Now in hydrogen production, we have a company in Edmonton, so Aurora Hydrogen, is innovating a microwave-based process to produce hydrogen with zero direct CO2 emission. Another Canadian example, this company, Cyclic Materials in Kingston, Ontario, the province where I'm based, is now advancing technologies to recover rare earth elements from waste. Now think about it, a lot of those good things have been done by companies, right? Now, so in the next 20 minutes, I want to give you a very quick, simplistic, three-part view on sustainable innovation. I want to talk about the drivers. As I said earlier, I want to look at the big things, but also some of the small things that people typically don't talk about. And now I'm going to move on to talk about the challenges and finish by offering some of the initial steps that we can take. So the first thing, drivers. What are drivers? There are different drivers coming from many different places. Here I would like to present three main sources of those drivers. So the government, I call it government enablers. Second thing is technological enabler. Here I would like to zoom in on AI and introduce what AI has been doing, what we have been utilizing AI in doing. And thirdly, very often overlooked element, the human enablers. So I want to talk about things that a lot of senior managers here don't want to talk about. The Generation Z, the Generation Z, very hard to, a group of people very hard to manage. I want to talk about how those Generation Z people are actually our hope. They are the human enablers for sustainable innovation. Now, fortunately, I'm not Generation Z, I'm beyond. I'm actually older than them, but they give us hope. So let's dive in. First, government enablers. Let me just give you some quick insight into what Canada has been doing. Although sustainable innovation is very big, it's possible to pin down, pinpoint some smaller sections of sustainable innovation. For example, let's just use clean tech market as example. This is a huge market, isn't it? So it is expected to surpass $600 billion in 2030. In Canada, just a bit less than 200,000 people are being employed in this sector. And we have a very, very salient initiative in Canada called Sustainable Development Technology Canada, SDTC. If you're interested in doing business with Canadian partners or maybe setting up your own companies or branches or subsidiaries in Canada, you probably want to remember that initial SDTC, very, very important player, is an arm's length foundation created by the government of Canada to fund new clean technologies. So essentially, it does one thing that is very unique. It supports companies that have not yet generated substantial revenue yet. Okay, so if you're not yet profitable, they're supporting you. And the investment is huge. So $551 million in 2021 in that year. And basically any clean tech company can benefit from that as long as it's a Canadian company. And the focus is to lower greenhouse gas emission, enhance mining methods, and promoting sustainable agriculture, etc. So here, what you can see are some other strategic investment schemes that the government of Canada is currently actively engaging in, something that might be very interesting for many folks in this audience to follow up and dig into. So we have a healthy environment and a healthy economy climate plan. That investment is $750 million over 5 years. It's a recapitalization, one of the largest recapitalization of the SDTC. And then we have clean tech company support that's worth $68.2 million. The beneficiaries, again, clean tech companies, they're eligible. So essentially, we're looking at sectors such as agriculture, transportation, waste management, energy conservation, etc. And also another very important initiative is the establishment of the CIC, Canadian Innovation Corporation, with a budget of $2.8 billion over 4 years. The aim is to stimulate business investment in sustainable innovation R&D. Now, so that was the government enablers. I believe governments across the globe will have similar or parallel initiatives. I think that's one of the important resources that we can tap into as the business community. We want to collaborate with the government, with the regulators to advance sustainable innovation. The second thing is the technology itself. As I said, I want to focus on AI. Now, AI is a great optimizer, isn't it? So we can use AI for many different things. A lot of us are using ChatGPT on a daily basis. You cannot live without it. Let's be honest, if ChatGPT shut it off this morning, you would be in panicking mode. But AI can do many more than that. In fact, anyone is familiar with this SDG, right? The United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Now, research recently found out that AI can actually help with 134 targets across all SDGs. So there's some technological help here that we can get. And AI can influence the 3 pillars of sustainable development: society, economy, and environment. Let me just give you some industrial examples here, just to potentially to get some inspirations on what AI can do in your own company or in your own sector. Now, in Canada, what we can see here is AI has been revolutionizing sustainable agriculture. So it allows us to be more eco-friendly, because the key is in precision agriculture, right? So when you use AI, you become more precise in terms of allocating resources. So we use sensor and satellite data processed by AI to generate better resource allocation scenarios. The second thing in Canada, which is getting very, very caught on, getting trendy, is to use AI to do renewable energy forecasting. Now, this is crucial for predicting solar and wind energy production. Anyone here is a big fan of wind energy? If you go to Canada, if you visit Ontario, you will see a lot of wind turbines. We have airfields everywhere, those very nice, kind of tower-shaped towers and with 3 blades. Now, Canada is pretty big on wind energy, which is very clean, sustainable. But anyone knows the big issue is that kind of energy? What is that big issue is that? Wind energy, just like solar energy, is not constant, right? It do not have a constant supply of that. So what is so bad about that? It's because our traditional grid, the electric grid that we're using to transport electricity generated, is not capable of dealing with non-constant supply of power, right? When you're having fossil fuel-based energy, you have constant supply of that energy, so the grid is ready to take in. But then when you use wind to generate energy, the wind generates some energy, stops, generates some energy again, it actually damages your grid. So now with AI, we can do better in terms of predicting solar and wind energy production. And that's one thing you do, but of course, on the other hand, you need to improve great technology. I know a lot of companies are doing this now. Perhaps many people in this audience, you're experts in this regard. Maybe your company holds the key to that next technology advancement, right? So make the grid more receptive to non-constant supply of energy. So that's another thing that AI is doing very, very well. The next thing is building smart cities and mobility solutions, right? Anyone likes the traffic jam, right? If you heard about the concept of wicked problem, you know, wicked problem is a problem that cannot be solved with a simple approach. Typically, it requires interdisciplinary collaboration, and traffic jam is one of the most wicked problem. And I actually asked an engineer friend of mine, actually a very respected professor in transportation, and I asked him, so what is the ultimate solution to traffic jam? Do you know the answer he gave me? No human beings would be allowed to drive. The reason that we have traffic jam is not because the infrastructure is bad, it's because we human beings are terrible drivers, no matter how good we are. One person hit the brake, the next person hits the next brake, and that 2 seconds response can be translated into a huge traffic jam that stops you somewhere in Taipei for 2 hours. So if human beings no longer are allowed to drive, there's going to be no traffic jam, according to my respected professor. Many of you are nodding, you agree. But let's not go there yet, right? Because there's enjoyable thing to do, to drive, but AI can help. Right? AI is helping, actually. The latest models of a lot of cars that you folks are driving now are equipped with those technologies that predict the road condition, predict the next brake that you potentially would be forced to make. So by doing so, it provides better mobility solutions. Next, water resources. Again, we are in another crisis, water crisis. It seems that human beings are in a lot of crisis these days. And with AI, we are capable of doing better resource allocation, right? So water resource allocation, scarcity is real, but a lot of the scarcity can also be considered artificial in the sense that it is man-made because of the terrible allocation that we do. So with AI, we better allocate water resources and we better conserve water resources. The next thing is waste management and recycling. Same idea. With AI, now a lot of Canadian companies are experimenting AI technology to improve waste collection and segregation. So pattern recognition, which is a very, very big part of machine learning or deep learning, helps us to better detect a piece of garbage and better characterize that. Okay, so this is actually a misplaced piece of junk. It was placed in the recyclable, but it is not. So you detect that, and then you can better retrieve that and put it in where it belongs. So there's some hope, right? Human beings are hopeless, but there's some hope. Now, also carbon accounting. Now, with AI, we can, at a much faster phase, we can process, we can gather, collect, and process our emission data. It helps companies to reduce your carbon footprint, right? And promote transparency as well. So now that was technological enabler. So after government enabler and technological enabler, I want to talk about something that not a lot of people talk about, human enablers. But here I want to focus on the fact that those human enablers are actually young people, okay? They're not older people. They're actually very young. They're a lot of times Generation Z. Now, here I want to talk about Canada as a global talent hub for young people. We're very fortunate that we have been, over the past decade or two, being able to attract a lot of international young people, students. You probably have friends, or maybe your child now is studying in a Canadian university. We have been working very hard to make it very easy for those students to stay in Canada, contribute to the company, to the country's sustainable innovation scene. And we also have made it very, very straightforward for international entrepreneurs and senior managers like many of you to move your business or move your work to Canada. So this way we are able to gather a lot of global talents here. And another attractive thing about the Canadian environment is that it is very diverse as well. So we have a very diverse Canadian workforce driven by Canadians and also the influx of global talents. So that actually allows the country to become very creative and innovation. I guess what I'm saying is welcome to Canada, right? So, but then young people, especially if you're Gen Z, probably you've been already working for a few years and you're thinking, my boss always complains about how hard it is to manage me. If you are a boss, you probably have been complaining about how hard it is to manage your Gen Z employees. But do you know actually Gen Z, although I'm not Gen Z, I have to manage them, but I think Gen Z is our hope for sustainable innovation. Let me tell you why. By the way, in terms of Gen Z, what I mean by Gen Z is they are born between mid-1990s to early 2001s, okay? And don't think those people as, they're too young, they're still kids. Actually, they will represent a significant portion of the global workforce by 2030, okay? And when you think about Gen Z, what do you think about? You think about how they demand different things, right? They're not motivated as, as we are by this. They're not motivated by the same things, right? We want certain things in our job. They want very different things. So typically, you would think of a Gen Z as those rebels that try to infuse workplaces with their distinctive traits, values, but also environment consciousness. Gen Z is born with that environment consciousness. When you talk about environmental protection, you don't need to persuade them. They persuade you. When you tell them, hey, you need to shop responsibly, you don't need to persuade them. They persuade you. Gen Z has the biggest percentage of people who are willing to pay more for products and services that are done in a sustainable way. So they're really the hope. To them, sustainability is a priority, right? So they actually prioritize environmental sustainability in their career choices and in their workplace expectations. Right? When you're hiring people, you're thinking, okay, we need people to work on this sustainable innovation projects. Look no further. Look at the young people. They want sustainability, and they are motivated by the prospect of being able to work on that project. It's not my slide, so there's a question. Is it? It's a time that okay, I'll come back to that question later. Okay, so very quickly, so sustainability is a priority for those young people, and there are many other benefits of working with those young people. Another thing, in addition to sustainability mindset, is that they're technology natives, right? They're digital natives. They interact with digital technologies the day they were born. If you're a young parent, you probably feel guilty right now because your child is interacting with iPad, right? When he or she or they cries, you just throw an iPad to them, right? They're digital natives because of us. But anyways, so they have really this dual mindset, technology and sustainability. So they're great helpers for us in this journey towards sustainable innovation, right? So what they want, 3 things, right? They want cloud-based solutions. So essentially when they work, In your company, if you want to tap into those human enablers, what you want? The first thing is, think about a way to transit to cloud-based solutions, right? The second thing is, try to have a hybrid work environment. The Gen Z, they're really enjoying a blend of remote and physical or in-office work arrangement, okay? So remote, 3 days a week, and in office 2 days a week. There are a lot of research that has been done on this that can better help you configure that. And also, for them, social media is not something that you have to pay them to work on. This is their primary mode of communication, right? So they utilize social media natively for networking, for brand building, for professional development. Now, here are some research findings that you probably don't want to read. Now, I talked about the enablers. I just need 5 more minutes to talk about the challenges and the strategies. Now, the biggest challenge as managers and senior leaders here is when we are an advocate or when we are trying to advocate sustainable innovation, a lot of times we have to talk to our stakeholders, right? Shareholders particularly, right? Now, then we are faced with this profitability, sustainability paradox, right? Because a lot of people don't understand. They think that profitability and sustainability are at odds. They think if we invest in sustainability, that means we lose profits. So that's one of the biggest challenges here. So how do you align your goals with profitability, all right? And the second thing is, how do you persuade your stakeholders that it makes sense to do this? Now, the second group of challenges come from the compliance side. There are regulations that we have to comply with. But you also know that those regulations change day by day. Okay, I'm not saying environment regulations are easy to comply. I'm saying it is very hard to comply with, but also it changes every now and then. So we have to adapt to environment regulations, but we also have to do risk management because we don't know when the policy will change. The third group of challenges come from Gen Z themselves, the force that was very optimistic about a minute ago. But then they require a lot of workplace flexibility and they require a lot of culture. So this is a challenge to existing managers or management. If you don't think this is something that you seriously need to work on, then you have to think again. And finally, digital collaboration and management. So Gen Z enjoy more communicating digitally rather than the traditional manner. So if you like to have meetings for 2 hours every day, probably wouldn't work, okay? So digital communication. Now finally, how do we cope? There are 4 things that I can share as key takeaways. Now, the first thing is you want to strategically assess for the possibility of sustainable integration, all right? So when we go back after today's session, look at, when we talk to our colleagues back in our company, try to conduct a thorough review of the current business practices. The second thing is stakeholder engagement for balanced sustainability. So we want to proactively communicate with our stakeholders, emphasizing the long-term financial benefits. Okay, so emphasizing that we are making this investment, but there's long-term financial benefits of doing responsible and sustainable innovation. And the third thing is to develop a flexible, sustainable sustainability objectives. So sure, we have to comply with regulations, but regulations change. So make sure that our objectives are also malleable in a way that it's flexible enough to be changed. And finally, cultivate a Gen Z inclusive workspace. And that's it for my talk. Thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you very much, Doctor. May we please invite you to remain on stage for a brief moment. Also an opportunity for me to invite our President of Enterprise Asia, Mr. Richard Chang, to present a token of our appreciation to Dr. Tong, please. A big thank you once again to Dr. Will. Can we give him another big round of applause, please? Thank you, Dr. Will, and thank you, Mr. Richard Chang. So far, so good. Actually, Dr. Will, since you're here, I don't know whether we have any questions for Dr. Will. Do we have any questions for Dr. Will? Double checking one more last time. No? Sir, as always, thank you so much. You have a nice one. Well, coming up, we have a fireside chat, or once again, a discussion between two of our very prominent speakers, and they are here. We got Agnes and Jacques. We'll take a moment once again to firstly bring up the furniture on stage, but we trust everyone is having a fruitful and informative morning thus far. Just also encourage you further, the QR code, besides appearing on the screen, is also at the back of your name badges as well. So take the opportunity once again. I do believe the next segment, we might just interest you with a quick polling segment and also your chance to also ask all the questions that you need. As our stage is being set, it's also a good opportunity for me to introduce the fireside chat, Business Resilience Through Sustainable Innovation. This will be done by Agnes Pondama, the CEO of Coldbury Consulting, Climate Fresh Coordinator in Taiwan, along with Jacques Tangkumpian, a corporate innovation coach at Epica Consultancy. He was formerly Thailand Lead Innovation Practitioner for Pruxar Holding, for Roche, and also for ExxonMobil as well. A bit more about Agnes, who have been active in Asia's market for over 20 years, with extensive experience in China, Hong Kong, Indonesia, Malaysia, the Philippines, Singapore, and Taiwan. She understands diverse markets very well. With over 15 years at Carrefour and entrepreneurial ventures, she's a leader in sustainability projects across the supply chain. As the APAC representative, or Yulala, she promotes sustainable and responsible business practices. She's currently based in Taipei, where she's also the Climate Friends Coordinator, driving climate awareness initiatives in Taiwan. Also an opportunity now for me to talk a bit about Jacques, who you may have met last year when we had the same summit in Bangkok. He specializes in the innovation processes throughout the combined landscape of business and technology. He's an experience working with multinational and local corporations, including brands like ExxonMobil, Roche, and Pruxar Holdings, as well as startups through collaborations across multiple roles through innovation, including hackathons as organizers, a mentor, a judge, and advisor. He's also successful in creating and leading an internal corporate startup team, combining multiple innovation and agile frameworks, creating a new culture and mindset needed for the team to succeed. Gives me great pleasure to introduce this segment and our two very, very distinguished speakers. Join me in giving Agnes Pondavan and Jacques Tangkumpian a big warm welcome, please. Welcome, guys. Well, Agnes and Jacques are here, and they know you're a little bit quiet, so they're going to engage you in the polling segment and also your chance to pose as many questions as you want. Once again, let's give Agnes and Jacques another big one welcome, please. Over to you.
Hi, good morning. It's still good morning.
Yeah, you guys can hear us okay? It's really bright up here, I think.
So we are going to have a fireside talk, and I think that today's weather, it's well adapted to a fireside talk. And before starting the conversation, I just would like to engage the conversation with you. And during this talk today, we're going to have different polls that you can access to the QR code. So maybe we can start with the first poll.
Okay, while we wait for the poll to load up, I guess maybe just to set the right expectations, in case you guys didn't catch from our profile, Agnes is very much an expert in sustainability. with experience and innovation. When we first talk about this topic, the first thing that came to mind is, there's actually two meanings to the word sustainability, right? There's like sustainability in the sense that we talked about this morning. How do we keep the world alive, But there's also a sense, how do you keep something, innovation, sustained innovation inside a corporation? How do we keep it going? So that's kind of my area. I do have a lot of expertise in innovation and building a culture of innovation, sustainment, with a little bit more experience in building a better world. So that's kind of where we will be sharing different perspectives. Do we want the poll up? Guess can you guys in the back share our first slide?
Yeah. But before showing the first slide, I'm going to ask you to imagine what is Ice Age. Have you seen the cartoon Ice Age? Do you see? I think no, not this one. Yeah, great. So next slide, please. Yeah, yeah, okay. So now you see the cartoon. Everyone seeing it? You remember it? You see you can imagine the landscape, the temperature, the mammoth, everything. So now we're going to ask you to scan the QR code and to answer the question. What is the estimated temperature difference between the last ice age and the present day? Please participate. We are trying to do something collaborative there.
How much time do you want to give them? 5 minutes, 3 minutes?
1 minute. And I want to see all the phones standing now. Thirty seconds. So just to make the link about what I'm sharing, why I'm sharing this image, is to make the connection with a Jane presentation this morning. And I think you will have a better understanding about why we are talking about climate emergency. So can we see the results now? Great. So most of you will say that it's more than 7 degrees. And even 41% will say that it's plus 10 degrees. The correct answer, it's 5 degrees only. And when we are talking about Paris Agreement, we are saying like target is 2 degrees. But if we keep business as usual, we don't change anything, it's going to be plus 5 degrees. So plus 5 degrees is not nothing, it's a big thing. It's just like you are not just going to remove one layer. It's really something that is important. If you want to understand 5 degrees, what does it mean? Just think about your body temperature. 37, you are okay. 38, a bit dizzy. 39, 40, 41, 42, so plus 5, it's a lot. And why we are talking about emergency, it's because between Ice Age and now, there is 10,000 years. In this period of time, you have time to adjust. But now, what we are talking about is plus 5 degrees in 100 years. So maybe the planet will stay, but us, as a human, as part of the system, we will have to adjust and make sure that it's possible. But the target is really sharp because it's plus 5 in few time spent.
Yeah, no, I think I was surprised as well when I saw the 5 degrees. But also, I think one of the things we talked about is a big change, right? It's a big change, and I think my reaction when having spent almost 20 years in the corporate world, one of the biggest challenge is big changes in the corporate world is really, really difficult. And I found myself going through probably a lot of transformation. A lot of you have probably gone through a lot of transformation, and most of the time, big changes doesn't work. That's the brutal truth, right? I mean, what I found more effective, and I will touch, I think if we have time to talk a little bit more, is to initiate small changes with a group of people who actually understands the value of that and see what happens in the results, you know, and then people see the possibility, and then it's incremental from there. But we dive into a little bit more details than that.
So to understand your priority, we are going to ask you one more question. But for this one, there is not incorrect answer. They are all correct. But it will just to give a sense of the priority. If you can go for the next question, please. Sorry, there is no cartoon this time. What do you see as the most significant barrier to implementing sustainable innovation in business? Is it the lack of awareness, the financial constraints, resistance to change, or others? So, yeah, please.
Oh, somebody was really quick.
Yeah. I have a countdown, so we have 51 seconds left. Are you going? Additional participation, please. I want to start, Yakis. Do we start with the most popular one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, let's start with resistance to change then. I think we talk a little bit about that. You know, it's really difficult to tell people what to do. If you're told you need to do something, a better way in my experience is to step back a little bit and share the reason why. Why? And I think for the environmental reason, we've heard a lot of reasons this morning. The challenge with that is sometimes the goals are too big. You know, we need to bring down the contribution and the reason towards something that you can do by yourself. You know, if you're in a corporation, start small with something that, you know, contributes towards environmental change, recycling program, things like that, so that people can see the impact. And then I'm considering a lot of things because I'll be sharing a lot of details later today during my talk about sustainability. But with that, I think let me throw it over to Agnes because I think she probably has a lot more experience in this area.
About resistance to change, I think, you know, it's a most common reaction because without change, we feel safe. Changing means that we are going to be part of uncertainty, and in fact, we don't like to be in this kind of position.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think. I think a lot of you are familiar with John Cotter's work, 8 Steps of Change, right? One of the most effective way that I've been a part, I was very lucky to be a part of a change management. One of the things that where we did a change for a 200 people organization, and I think touch on what was discussed this morning about the next gen. The best way that I've found is to, when you're trying to drive change, don't only include the top management. If it's possible, for example, you're about to drive a new green initiative, you run something including top management, middle management, as well as people in the front line. Having done this, it becomes a collaborative effort. It doesn't become something that management mandate. You know, if you've got 20 people, maybe 3 people, 4 people from executive level, 3 people, 4 people from middle management level, and 3 people, 4 people from the bottom, people who are working on the front line, they're seeing the challenges. when you come out of that and you're trying to drive that change, you have all the different perspectives, because all the people who, at that time I was working in the front operations, I understood what management was trying to do. And at the same time, management saw the challenges that I saw on the ground. And that's one of the most effective ways to drive change. When you drive that out, you've got people from multiple perspectives, and it makes change a little bit simpler.
And in my point of view, the resistance to change, it's totally linked to the lack of awareness, because in fact, it's not resistance to change, it's if you understand right at the beginning that it's change for good, that in fact that it will give you some opportunities, that you may be happier, you may be more involved in giving a sense in your job, and I think this is one of the most important things. I think this will be the key, because in fact resistance to change, if you don't understand why we need to change, it will be a big failure.
I'm just smiling because I'm about to say something pretty controversial. if you don't agree with me, tap me at lunch or something and we can have a long discussion. But through my years, I think when we talk about green solution, the brutal truth is that green is expensive. Environmental, like all technology, if you are an early adopter, because this is what we're trying to do, right? If you are an early adopter of any technology, you're taking higher risk, you're taking, investing a little bit more. So I think we just need to recognize that and say, hey, we're investing in something that we feel is expensive. We won't see the results immediately. It's a long-term investment that I think that Professor South mentioned earlier. But you know what? I think when Agnes and I were talking about corporate invest in something that you don't see immediate results all the time. And if you look, I've been in the oil and gas industry, I've been in the pharmaceutical industry, and if you've ever worked with an oil and gas company, safety is something that's really big and huge. Now, safety is an interesting investment because if you do a lot of investment in safety and you do it right, nothing happens, right? You prevent major disaster from happening, but if you do it wrong, it makes the front page. Now, to me, likely or not, it may be an unfair comparison, but if you look at it, investing in green is somewhat similar to that. You invest in it now, you may not see the results until, 5 years, 10 years from now, financially. But if you do it right, and you do it now, and I think when you talk about resistance to change, there's a saying, that what gets measured gets done. If you're in the business world, you know this, right? So if your company, your corporation is serious about sustainability, but you don't put it up in your KPI, when I was in the oil and gas industry, safety was one of those things that we get measured. I mean, if every year we get performance assessment, and safety is one of the categories that we get measured against. If you were reckless, if I was reckless in my day-to-day work, I get penalized for it because, obviously I don't value safety. But sustainability is the same thing. The only way you're going to drive change, on the one hand, if corporations say, hey, we want to drive sustainability, but that's not really our focus. Don't make it big, make it simple, one of the smaller components maybe.
Yeah, and when we had the conversation with Jan Chris about the sustainability, I was also, and as an individual, and I think this is important, I'm fully convinced and acting for good to improve the situation and be part of the movement. But I also try to adjust my speech to convince business. And in this case, as Jan Chris have done the parallel with safety, I'm doing the parallel with product quality. When you develop a product, you always care about the quality. What will be the feedback of your client? When you are going to go through laboratory tests to make sure that the product is compliant with the regulation. But most of the time, when everything is okay and the turnover is going fine, you will not really look at what will be the impact of non-quality costs. And I think this is something that really need to be part of the business model now, is that if you are not sustainable, and this is including not only environmental, climate, net zero, is also including all the workforce and the social justice, it's really need to be part of your plan.
Cool, I think we have a lot of things to touch. Maybe we move on to the next one, lack of awareness.
Yeah, so the lack of awareness, in Taiwan I'm doing some workshop to raise awareness on climate change. It's a workshop that is called the Climate Fresk, and in fact in 3 hours of time you will have a full understanding about what is the climate change. And I'm doing it like for public workshop, so the people is coming, they're willing to come and they know already a lot. But sometimes I'm doing it at the company level, and I can tell you that some people who is attending the workshop do not have the willingness to participate or even do not believe about the climate change. And you can have some feedback that is really difficult because they're going to challenge, and they are going. It's not difficult to be challenged, but I mean, like, I think I'm working currently, and my community is already fully convinced about what is going to happen. So sometimes, to meet people who is not yet convinced can give some frustration. And when we do the workshop, at the end, we always do the awareness workshop, and after we do action. So what is ready for action at the individual level and company level. And this is the key, because when we were talking about implementing the change, innovation, something, and this workshop or this awareness is for all people within the company. And I think that if you don't understand individually that you need to change for you, and after that you are part of a company and you will want to be part of the change, this is the key and is the first step.
Yeah, I think when Agnes and I were talking about lack of awareness yesterday, I shared with her my before and after, because I had a role as a head of innovation and sustainability, and I basically had very little knowledge about sustainability before coming into the role. But one of the biggest surprise for me, personally at least, was a big question mark in my head was, what is the difference between carbon neutral and net zero? Because it seems like everybody seems to be interchangeably using these two words, and we touched a little bit on what that means. I don't know if you want to take this question, or do you want me to take it?
Yeah, and in fact that this is one is the key, because in fact most of the company and due also to regulation, government commitment, everyone have to achieve this net zero. But net zero, we are talking about what? So in fact, and this is really the full understanding about what will be the goal of the company, but need a full understanding and awareness about the situation. And when we talk about carbons and neutral, after will come the discussion about, it's okay, if we just focus on neutral, we can get the carbon credit. This is good, I don't need to change anything, and thanks to the carbon credit, I can manage my way as normal, but I will just put the dust under the carpets. But as I was saying, like Jane this morning, the first thing is change, reduce.
I think the other thing that, just to dive into the detail on why I was surprised, because when you look at the detail about carbon neutrality, if you're familiar with how it's defined, right? If you talk about sustainability being green, you talk about scope 1, 2, and 3. If you're not familiar with it, we can have a quick chat afterwards, right? But if you look at it, carbon neutral means only scope 1 and 2. And scope 1 means all the energy, all the carbon that's released by you, yourself, your company. Scope 2 is all the services that you purchase yourself. Now here's when things get interesting, because when you talk about net zero, you're talking about scope 3. And scope 3 means everything else that is outside your control. So I was surprised, because I'm like, wow, all the companies are declaring net zero by so and so, so and so. And that means you can't do this alone. It's literally not possible for you to do net 3, and to achieve net zero by yourself, because you have to convince your suppliers, your partners, your customers that they have to be green as well. And it's a really challenging ask, and I think we come back to, how do we get everybody else on board? And I'll touch a little bit about this later in my talk as well, where this world has become more connected today, and it's both a blessing and a curse, right? It means we can achieve net zero, but it just means we have to collaborate and work with other people a little bit more.
And I think it's always the idea about the snowball effect. You need to really have someone who is starting, and after, if they start with the scope 3, the scope 3 will be part of the activity of one supplier that will be within the scope 1, so et cetera, and after it will be okay.
Right.
The last one was on the financial constraints for the most significant buyers. I think for the financial constraints, we have to think about, are we talking about short-term or long-term? The financial constraint, it can be in the short term, yeah, that's sure, but if you want to be sustainable and be able to maintain your activity by respecting the Earth system, anyway, you will have to go through it.
Yeah, in my line of work, when we talk about innovation, I think I was telling Agnes just this morning, when corporates talk about innovation, typically, I think 99% of corporations talk about efficiency and improvement, something that you have a very short-term, immediate results, right? And then we talk about long-term investment, and it becomes very challenging. My comparison, I always challenge management to look at this like your own personal investment. Short-term investment where you have guaranteed results is putting your money in the bank and getting interest. How many of you actually do that? Only that. I think we do a lot more, maybe, and there's nothing wrong with that, just don't expect, world-changing or radical innovation out of your portfolio. I think a lot of us invest in properties, in cryptocurrency, foreign exchange, real estate, all kinds of things, right? Is there any guarantee that those will give you returns? I'm asking this because if you know somebody who can give me that assurance, I'd love to be in touch. But when you do long-term investment, what do? You kind of have the portfolio, you kind of leave it, right? You don't invest, 20%, 15%, maybe you invest 2%, 3%, 5%, 10%, whatever you're comfortable with, and you leave it. Because nothing is going to happen in the short term and the midterm. You watch you monitor it constantly, and you see the result, and you make adjustment. And I think this is where, especially with sustainability, we're talking about long-term investment. Invest in it, and just like your own personal investment, leave it be and see, but don't invest too much.
And I was thinking that to make the connection also with the topics before and the speech before, I just love the way business as unusual. In fact, and I think this is something that we will have to think about it. If you remember my Ice Age photo, yeah, we are not in an usual time now, so we will have to adjust, and I think that we will have to remove this significant barrier to start business unusual.
Yeah, I'm just my last comment, I think, because we got a couple of polls on financial constraints. Financial constraints is interesting because I said before that green is expensive, right? Yeah. So it's really difficult. You know what else is expensive? iPhones. iPhones are expensive, yet I have them, and I think a couple of you have them as well. But somehow, Apple has obviously created a value somewhere that people appreciate, that makes people willing to pay. So my point is, yeah, sure, green is expensive, but it doesn't mean that people are not willing to invest in it. You just have to find the right group of people who's willing, whose vision and value aligns with what you're trying to do. So that's, I think, maybe you move on to the next poll.
Yeah. So are you ready? I think you feel so much interested by this conversation. So now you really want to be part of the discussion. So now you need to take your phone again, and we will have a new question for you. In your view, which aspect of business should be transparent? Because transparency now is one of the key words also in and it's part of the sustainability. What is your impact? What is your performance? Where the product is coming from, etc., etc. Speedy one is there, so still waiting for the other one. So yeah, so corporate governance and decision-making process, financial performance, supply chain and sourcing information, environmental impact and sustainability efforts, and employee wages and working conditions. Interesting. Did someone have no battery and would like to have a charger because you really want to participate to this poll? Okay, so I think we can start with the first one. Oh, it's still moving. So in your view, so which aspect of business should be transparent? So the first answer is corporate governance and decision-making process. And this is part of the G of the ESG. So I think, this is one of the key things, and I think that all the ESG commitments and regulation make the focus on the governments and how decision will be taken. And I think this is one of the key that the discussion that we had yesterday is that it's linked directly to innovation. Because if you have someone at the head of the board that is taking decision, but is thinking that all the decisions that they have taken from the past is the best one and cannot be changed, I can tell you that it will be really, really different to innovate.
Yeah, I can talk about this topic probably all day, but I'll save you the trouble. I think one of the challenges when you talk about corporate governance and decision making, I'm a really big advocate of Agile. I don't know if you guys are familiar with it. If you are, it talks a lot about self-managed teams and decision-making processes. And what I always tell about corporation is, you know what? Not everything needs to be Agile. You need to make a distinction between places where you want decision to be made by management executive, or you need decisions to be made by people who are actually on the front line. And I will tell you why there needs to be that difference, because experimentation and things like that, sometimes you want people, it's a clear distinction between two worlds. On the one world, if you're talking about management making decision, you're talking about a predictable world. You're talking about a world where management's experience come into play. We've been doing this process for the past 10, 20 years. That's nothing new. We know that the experience is going to help us survive, right? In the new world, where things are unpredictable, like COVID-19, you never faced this kind of world before. You need people to be able to make that kind of decision themselves. And this is a very different kind of world from the traditional world. And if you guys want to learn more about this, because one of the reactions we have when we talk about decision making is always about top secret being secretive and strategy and things like that. I recommend you to read this book called Team of Teams. It's written by General Stanley McChrystal. He was the general who was in charge of the US fight against Al-Qaeda in Iraq. What they had to do, and if you can think of the most hierarchical organization in the world, the military is probably one of them. They had to change the way they work because they had a plan. Every time they deploy and fought against Al-Qaeda, they respond so quickly, they could not come back and re-strategize. So they had to, what they ended up doing was they had a tent in the middle of the desert where anybody and everybody could hear what the high-level military were discussing, because they needed everyone to know what was going on so that they could prioritize the decision-making. So I think we need to be very clear when we touch on the green initiative, people on the floor, on the ground, interacting with your customers, they will see which kind of customers value initiative, which kind of customers don't. I think it's really important.
And just to give you another example about decision and the governance of the company, I have done a workshop again about climate change, and it was within the bank sector. And at the end of the workshop, we have to start thinking about what can be the action taken by the company to minimize the CO2 impact, the carbon effect, coming from transport, industry, agriculture, and industry. And the thing is that with this bank, I was talking about transport, the issue that mailing to transport, etc. And the CEO of this bank just said, one of our main client, is a manufacturer of car. We cannot do this, we cannot say this thing. But in fact, it's just like at the government's level, and the one who is taking the decision, they will need to understand that now the change starts, and even if the company who is building the car is going to choose a bank that is really involved and commit in sustainability. So in fact, it's really like part of the thing, and making sure that all the decisions that have been taken is fully understood by the whole team and the whole company. So next answer was about the transparency. It's about the supply chain and sourcing information. And with this one, I will say we are looking where the product is coming from, but we are also including who made the product. And I just love the example, not love the example because it was a chaos, but the Rana Plaza event that happened in Bangladesh with the building who collapsed on plenty of workers. And in fact, that at that time, some of the brands realized that, okay, finally some of our product was done in this in this plant, and we have to change something. So there is a lot of organizations that have been done, and a lot of things is going to start to make the change. So the working condition, it's really part also of it. And so this was concerning mostly fast fashion, okay? Yet last week or this week, I just realized that now fast fashion, that most of them have the most beautiful ESG reports and etc. Before they were using transport by sea, but sea transport was not enough faster. So now the fast fashion is using air transport to make sure that all the product is going to arrive even faster in the store. So when we talk about supply chain and sourcing information, it's including also all the logistic information, but we just need to make the thing transparent and clear from the whole different aspect, that where it's coming from, who is doing it, how you transport it, and to include also all the link with the biodiversity respect also.
Yeah, I don't have anything more to add. Let's see what's next. The financial performance and practices.
Yeah.
Maybe we touched a little bit of that on the last topic. I don't know if you want to add anything to that.
You want to, but if you want to start on the financial performance, or we
No,
go for the next one? I think we already covered it before. So the fourth one is employee wages and working conditions. So I think this is making the link with what we have saying before. Just a quick information, as we are in Southeast Asia and in Asia, not only in Southeast Asia. And before, Ms. Wang talked about slavery. And I think we need to realize that today, modern slavery is still there. And today there is 50 million people who is concerned by modern slavery. And if you are a migrant worker, you have 3 times likely to be concerned by the modern slavery. So this is something that you really need to include within the idea about being sustainable. And recently I have some conversation, and some company was telling me, after saving the tree, now we are going to start saving humans. So there is a switch also within the focus within sustainability.
Yeah, I think I'm just going to touch a little bit on employee wages, not really wages per se, but more around employee engagement. A couple of us talked earlier today about Gen Z and the inclusion of the workforce. I'm also a big advocate of I&D, and when we were talking about this topic earlier today, inclusion and diversity. Another moment of realization for me, probably about 7 years ago. Again, I asked a lot of questions. I started to wonder if there were any differences between these two words, because everybody, myself included, seemed to be using them interchangeably. Inclusion, diversity, and I think I was guilty of that until the one moment where one of the management, which I respect, shared with me an example of what it means to be inclusive versus to be diverse. And I'm sharing this story with you today as well. He said, to be diverse is like making sure that everyone comes to the dance, right? You have a dance, you invite everybody, all the employees. To be inclusive is to make sure that everyone dances. And I'm like, wow. It's like, it's not just having everybody here, and that's why we're so focused on, do you guys have any thoughts, any comments? If you see somebody in your organization, Gen Z, that he doesn't speak up, she doesn't speak up, your job to be inclusive, how do I get that person? How do I find out what's he passionate about? What's she passionate about? How can she contribute? How can he contribute? It's not just getting everybody on the call. And, employees will get engaged if they know that they're making meaningful contribution. And to be inclusive, is much more challenging than to be diverse.
And just to add one also, focus on how innovation can support employee within the transparency ID. And now, because we were saying before, is that innovation doesn't mean it's always tech, but it can be tech. And in fact, now there is more and more tool also that is accessible. For example, before you may have, in a factory, you would have a beautiful suggestion box. The transparent suggestion box that you can see at the cafeteria, where there is no one paper on it, because nobody wants to put a paper on it, because they don't want to be seen as the one who put the paper on it. And if you are someone who wants to complain about something and make a suggestion, you put the paper on it, but you are not going to put your name on it because you are still scared. So in fact, in this situation, it will be really difficult to manage grievance for the employee and also to really have a continuous communication with them. But now, you can see that now in the market, they are using the tech with using the phone. And in fact, by using the phone, it's possible now to have anonymous transparency, two-way communication challenge with the worker. And to make the connection again with the Rana Plaza, on the Rana Plaza, when the building collapsed, on the phone that was found on the ground, you have plenty of photo of the security exit that was locked. There was already photo on the cracks on the building. But in fact, it was just not communicated to the person who can take action. So innovation can improve the situation. We just need to make sure that it's well employed.
Yeah, I think the last thing, I think we're fast approaching our time limit. So to combine these two answers, employee engagement and environmental impact, and what I just talked about, inclusion and diversity, we should not expect everybody to be able to contribute to the green effort the same way that we are. By this, I mean, if perhaps I'm making sufficient salary, maybe I want to contribute towards a greener economy by using EV. It's expensive, right? But if I am struggling day to day, if I'm earning hourly wages, what is a good way for people who are doing that kind of manual work? And some of us were in that position before when we were young, perhaps, How can we make it easier for them to contribute? Because if I'm working day to day, I'm sure won't be able to buy Teslas or EVs. And so how do I contribute, even though I want to? How do we make that more accessible to everybody? So in terms of inclusion, instead, how do we have different level of contribution across your organization, rather than the expectation that, this is how we're going green, and this is how you're going to contribute, because that makes it very black and white. You either can or you can't. It needs to be a spectrum of contribution.
And the last, the last one is so the environmental impact and sustainability effort, and this is something that I wanted to add. Net zero, it's fine. A wind farm, it's fine. But a wind farm will have another impact. As the previous speech, you have some issue with the wind farm because it's not constant. But the other impact also of the wind farm is that you may have an impact on the biodiversity. And in fact, to build a parking in the forest with EV machine is still going to have an impact on the biodiversity. So in fact, that is really important now to understand that climate is one thing, carbon is one thing, but it should always be taken with respect of the biodiversity, at least. Because I don't know if you are aware about the concept of the planetary boundaries, but if you think about the planetary boundary, there is 9 of it, and climate and biodiversity is the most interconnected, but there is other one to do.
I don't have anything to add. I think maybe we can move on to the next one then. I don't know if that's...
So now we are going to focus on inclusivity within this audience. So now, as Yakris just said, you are all invited to participate to the poll. But now, as we want to have full inclusivity, we will be really happy if everyone now can participate to the next poll. So the next one, please. So, which sustainable practice do you believe are most crucial for business resilience? Renewable energy, circular economy, supply chain transparency, or employee engagement in sustainability? So please. remember, everyone needs to dance. So, let's start. So, first, sustainable practice that look like that the most crucial is employee engagement in sustainability. With my colleague, I would say like all people working on sustainability, I think if we need to do a job description, first one will be, please have a positive mindset. If you have a positive mindset, you can be ready to change, and you will be able to read all the paper on climate change coming, the emergency of the situation, the modern slavery thing, and in fact that if you are in a positive mindset and thinking that it's going to be a new world, it's not going to be worse than before, it's just going to be something new, and you switch your mind in a positive mindset, and that all the people who is within the company and are engaged in sustainability and think this one as an opportunity, I think I fully agree with you that for me is the most crucial practice.
Yeah, so when every time I see the word resilience, my thought goes to, to be resilient, it means that no matter what happens, you're able to respond. That's kind of my interpretation of it, which is interesting because as corporations, a lot of times we don't focus on that. What do we focus on? If you're in a corporation, we focus on making sure that nothing goes wrong in the processes, right? You talk about Six Sigma, you talk about ensuring that you have, 99.99% efficiency. You focus on ensuring what you already know how to do better. The question you ask is, how do we make our process better? How do we make sure that nothing goes wrong? But when we talk about resiliency, for me, it's like, okay, something is going to go wrong because we don't know what's going to happen. So the mindset shift is different. The question no longer becomes, how do you stop something from going wrong? Sustainability is new. We're saying, whatever we do, something will be different. How do we respond to it when something actually changes? And the comparison I make, rightly or wrongly, is soccer. I always use soccer because if you use football, then there's that. Soccer is a good example because, as management and executive, you're like the manager or the coach. You give your team engagement, you give them a goal, but when the whistle blows, you can't do anything, right? The team is on the field. You can't tell them and say, hey, Agnes, you go from there to there because this guy is going to go here because it's unpredictable. But you do have to set the goal for the team very clearly. You have to engage your employee. You have to know what your strengths and what your employee's strengths are so that you put the right person in the right job with the latitude to change and adjust. Can you imagine a soccer game where people are asking for permission and say, hey, can I go there? Can I go here? It doesn't work. Because soccer is unpredictable. I think if you're a fan, you obviously know it's unpredictable, and I think the world that we're going into is unpredictable.
And to add something on the unpredictability of the world, is that I think now everyone fully agree that climate change, it's coming. We just don't know how worse it's going to be. So net zero, it's a good thing. But on the net zero, we are just trying to mitigate the situation and to minimize the impact. But I think that one thing that can be done, and to make the parallel with the soccer, is that in case something happens, there is always someone who can take the position. Yeah. So in fact, you need to be ready and you need to adjust already. So you can start already to adapt. For example, if you think about the sea level rise, okay, so you need to already think and plan for adaptation. So think like, okay, maybe if you have some warehouse in some area, or what will be the impact, and already start to adapt. So I will say like, yeah, on the resilience part, mitigation, it's good, it's mandatory, but it's not enough because it's going to come. It's going to be strong and it's going to be quick. So in fact, we already need to start to adapt the company within the risk of the impact of the climate change. And about the employee engagement in sustainability, I think we can make the link also with the KPI.
Yeah.
To say that, in fact, yeah, before we have always a KPI bonus that is linked to turnover, bigger sales, etc., etc. So I think now there is need to have a switch also within the performance indicator and to make sure that sustainability is part of it.
Yeah, if you're familiar with self-managed teams and things like that, you might also be familiar with KPIs and OKRs as well. We can have a long chat about that, but I think before I forget, one of the biggest challenges, I think, in moving from an efficiency focus mode into a resilience mode, there's nothing wrong. I think you need both. You need both operation. You just need to be very clear on which mode of operation are you operating in. One of the biggest challenges is a lot of efforts are seen as quote-unquote wasted time. I'll give you an example. What's unpredictable? If you're in Bangkok, you live in Bangkok like I do, you know the traffic is really bad, right? If you have an 8 a.m. meeting with, I don't know, if I have an 8 a.m. with meeting with Agnes, maybe after this she comes to Thailand, right? How do I make sure that in the unpredictable Bangkok traffic, I meet her on time at 8? How do I do that? I go early, right? I go early. Maybe with Agnes, I go, I don't know, 15 minutes early maybe, half an hour early. What if you were meeting your CEO? Would you go 30 minutes early, but maybe 2 hours early? What if you're meeting the Prime Minister of Thailand? Do you go 15 minutes early as well? The risk is different. But the question I ask you is that wasted time? So when you talk about resiliency, this goes against efficiency, right? Because you're talking efficiency, you're talking, hey, you're there 4 hours early. What were you doing for 4 hours? But the mindset is different because you want to make sure that this is a very important meeting. The measure of success is not hours. The measure of success is I was there on time to meet whoever it was. So when you talk about sustainability, you talk about unpredictable world, the success criteria is not how you spend your time, but whether or not you end up reducing the effort. It may be a lot, it may be little, especially in the start. You need to look at, and that's why transparency is important. And the other thing before I hand it over, measurement is really important. You know, if I, for example, I find that I contribute towards, I don't know, I reduce my carbon footprint this year by 15%. That's a meaningless number, right? I mean meaningless because is that a lot? Is that moderate? But if I find that Agnes reduced hers by 80%, I'm like, wow, my 15 is it's nothing. But that's why transparency, when we talk about networking and employee engagement, especially when we talk about scope 3, right? What is the industry reduction? If everybody in your industry is reducing by 2% and you're doing 10, or if they're doing 2 and you're doing 50, to give that visibility, that transparency towards contribution, towards whatever goal your company is setting is important, because the number by itself is open for interpretation, especially for something new, because we don't know yet what the standard is.
And what I like to say also in terms of sustainability, including social issue, is that our currency is our impact. So in fact, that if you want to measure what you are doing in terms of sustainability, you need to be able to measure your impact and positive impact on the different point. Next practice is circular economy principle. I have something that I like to say when we talk about circular economy. Circular economy, it's really good, perfect. But at the beginning, first, we need to reduce. And when we think about reduce, as you can listen or hear from my perfect French accent, I'm French. And there is one word in French that it's named bisou. Bisou means kiss. And we use this bisou methodology every time that you are going to buy something. Every time that you are going to buy something, you're going to ask yourself, est-ce que j'en ai besoin? Means, do I need it? First question, you ask yourself, do I need it? Second question is immediate. Do I need it now? Or can I wait for maybe 1 more week and finally I will see that maybe I don't need it? S is similar. I have already 5 white t-shirts. Do I really need to have a 6th one, even if got long sleeves and not the other one? O is origin, where it's coming from, and this is the connection also that to prefer a local product. And U is that, is it really useful? So the first thing is that, yeah, we need to change the model and not about grow, 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 or sell, 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 but first to reduce and think twice before making an action of buying something.
Yeah, no, I think I agree with everything Agnes mentioned. The only other thing I would add is I really believe that everyone have, we all have our own preferences and our own accommodation. Just because somebody is able to cut down their, carbon emission by 10% doesn't mean you have to as well. You do what works for you. At least it's a start. I think if we set the expectation that everyone has to do the same thing, then again, it becomes a black or white thing. And in my experience, that kind of discourages a lot of people. They may try to do 10% if we set expectation at 10%. They may try for a few weeks and then give up, once they find out that maybe it's not for them. I tried several things that maybe have given up halfway because I was trying to do what everyone else was doing.
Yeah, and just to add one number that I think is quite effective about the responsibility about the carbon footprint is like 10% of the richest is responsible for 50% of the carbon emission. So, and 10% of the richest, the limit of what is the richest is just higher than the minimum salary in UK. So I think, we have a global responsibility for our own carbon emission, and we have to think that this issue, it's a global issue because we have some responsibility for the other country. Because, for example, if you think about the Philippines, Indonesia, Vietnam, they are going to suffer from strongest impact on climate change about the drought. the sea level rise, the cyclone, etc., etc. And in fact, we have to take our part of responsibility on it. Just thinking that, okay, 10% of the region is responsible for 50% of the global emission.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much it, right? Yeah.
I don't see the poll again, so I don't remember what was the next one. There was circular economy, and I think it's green power. I don't see. Let me open it.
I guess maybe we can share the questions, any questions live here or maybe online. Okay, Anders is up.
So third one was supply chain transparency, but I think, anyway, the regulation is going to help the company to go forward transparency. And the last one was renewable energy adoption. I just wanted to zoom on the last one for the renewable energy adoption. I think this is one of the key. After, it can be a challenge because when you think about green energy, you can include nuclear energy, but to understand that it's green or not green, at least is almost zero emission. So this is the thing. But about the EV, this is really important because when you think about EV, everything at the beginning said, it's positive. But anyway, every time you need to check also what is the mix energy within the country. Because in fact, if you don't have a big part of the energy mix on coming from renewable energy, finally your impact is not so efficient. But in any case, you need to start somewhere, or by the energy that you provide, or by the EV that will be accessible on the market. This is a big debate because in France, we have nuclear energy. But for now, we don't have much station for to charge the car. But here in Taiwan, we have the Gogoro and all the electric scooter and also a lot of station for things. But the energy mix, it's not yet, it's still based on the fossil fuels. So in fact,
Yeah, no, I'm smiling because when you talk about renewable energy adoption, I learned something new last week. And I think this is where we touch on inclusion as well. As somebody who's running the company, I think a lot of us are very senior here, right? How do we find out what kind of challenges other people in the companies are facing? What I learned last week was that one of the challenges of energy adoption, somebody posted on one of the Facebook page that I follow, was his challenge or her challenge in adopting EV was because he's a salesperson. And I'm like, okay, he's a salesperson. What's that got to do with EV? So the company policy is such that you can get compensation for petrol, for gas. So when he or she goes on a drive, on the outside, there's a bill and there is a process in place to reimburse gas, right? So it's like, we don't have that for EV yet. So I'm like, okay, I could never thought of that problem in a million years because I'd never been a salesperson. So when we talk about adoption, how do we find out that's just a salesperson? What kind of challenges would other people have to stop them from adopting renewable energy? And that put a smile on my face just because it was a total surprise for me.
I think we cover most of the topics that we were thinking about, but we can go for the Q&A if there is any.
Any questions or comments or thoughts?
First question, how can businesses strike a balance between short-term survival goals and long-term sustainable innovation efforts? I can start. In fact, this thing, I think it will be with the idea of collaboration. In fact, I think that the sustainability goals, it's in a way, a global effort. So I think, with this transparency with the different company within the same sector, but having the same goal in terms of sustainability will allow to minimize the impact and make that the goal is not really on just surviving, but on the continuity.
Yeah, I can share some of the. That's not actually the first time this question gets asked. There's actually a portfolio of innovation that you should be doing if you're familiar with the work. So, just like your own personal portfolio, depending on what stage of establishment your company is. So, if your company is well established, maybe 100 years old or something like that, you maybe spend 70% on 70% to 90% of your investment on the core, what we call the core business, just to make sure that you still have a revenue stream, right? And then you spend about 10%, 5% on sustainability, on radical innovation or disruptive innovation. On the other hand, if you're a startup, maybe you only spend 45% on core innovation, and then you spend much more funding on 55% on trying to find new things. So I think it's no different, like I said, from your personal financial portfolio. My wife always said she wishes she wins a lottery, right? And I always tell her, you never win if you don't buy it. Right? And I think a lot of companies said we want to be sustainable, we want to be disruptive. You're not going to do that if you don't invest in it.
Second question, what mindset shift or cultural change are essential for fostering sustainable innovation as a resilience building tools? I will say that we need to be in a positive mindset. In fact, as I'm again rebounding on the message from Jane, okay, we all have a cancer, but if we want to fight against the disease, we need to be already in a psychological way to say we're going to succeed, and we're going to put everything in our hand to make the change. So it's just really to make that, I was saying before, it's going to be a new world. It doesn't mean that we will need to compare it from the one that we experienced in our childhood. It's just going to be different, and it's going to be okay.
Yeah, I think for me it's the inclusion and diversity. I think that salesperson example just gives you a very good perspective on what kind of changes and challenges we can see. We can't anticipate if we just look at things from a single perspective.
What advice would you offer to businesses seeking to initiate or scale sustainable innovation as part of their resilience strategy? First, understand the problem. Understand the situation. What is the situation? What is the risk for the company? What will be the impact? What will be the impact at your individual level? What will be the impact at the company level? What will be the impact at the country level? When you understand the problem, you can solve the problem. Without any understanding about the situation, it will not be possible.
Yeah, I think, and I don't know if there are any transformation consultants here, and maybe if there are, we can have a chat as well afterwards, because in my experience, when we talk about transformation, and I know corporates, we want to be able to scale very quickly. We just need to find that balance between, how do we make sure that we don't lose the spirit of what we're trying to do versus scaling, as in replicating and just, I hate to use the word, but pumping out whatever it is that you're trying to do. I've been in a part of digital transformation or agile transformation where things work really well when a team is small, but it actually loses the spirit of agility, of resiliency, of inclusion, diversity once we try to scale it, because people are not switches. You can't just throw it out and expect people to have inclusion, have resiliency and things like that. So I found when you start scaling, the best way to do it is to start small and let it grow organically. Giving people a choice is also important, that they don't have to do it. I know this is something that against corporate, obviously we want everybody to be the same, but the fact is, you're humans, there are certain circumstances that works and certain circumstances that doesn't. And experimentation, my last comment is, experimentation is a good example, because when you talk about startup, when you talk about innovation, a lot of people talk about, hey, we got to test and learn, we got to experiment, you got to try and error, right? And the example that I like is, look, if you're working in a nuclear power plant, and you've got a step 1 to 10, do this, do this, do this. I don't think you want people to be experimenting, I wonder what happened when you push this button. That's a critical process. That's a critical, known, predictable processes. You have a step, you don't want people to experiment. So my point is, when you talk about transformation, leave a little room for people to say, hey, maybe this is not for me. Maybe this is not for us. Maybe this is not for our department.
And I would just add one more thing about how to initiate and scale sustainable innovation, and also to share the comment about the previous speech, that about the new generation, the Gen Z. And I think also we need to be confident, and not to be like the old parents who hate rock and roll. It's just like we have to be confident with the new generation, and the new generation is going to bring a lot of hope and make the innovation possible too. So next question. What trends or emerging practice do you foresee playing a pivotal role in enhancing business resilience through sustainable innovation? Trends and emerging practice, I think that most of the company now start on the awareness about to understand the problem. And practice, it will be like to plan also and to have a strategy. Really, it's focusing now on the carbons and the net zero.
Yeah.
And about the new trends and new trends and emerging, is I was saying before, is to also include about the biodiversity pillars, to also include on it.
Yeah, the only thing I would add is don't be afraid of change. I know it's easier said than done. I think ChatGPT or AI is one of those things that I think gets different reaction from different people. Some people, on the one hand, you think it really improves the efficiency of people. On the other hand, you may think, oh, it's going to, steal my job or replace me. I think at the end, there's room for both. There's certain things that AI can do, and like it or not, there are still certain things that AI cannot do very well yet, and we just need to be aware of that. I just tried. I don't know if you guys have tried. ChatGPT is one of those things I just tried, and you'll see this in my later presentation, using an AI to generate an image for me. And I think it's kind of fun to try and see if you can make it generate the image that you want.
And the last question for us, from a global perspective, are there regional variation in the approaches businesses take to achieve resilience through sustainable innovation? I will say that in Asia, first, when you see the provision of the impact, for example, on climate change, you can see that already that there is some country that are not going to be impacted at the same way than others. And even today in Taiwan, to be honest, we don't really feel the climate change. We feel like last summer it was a bit warmer than usual and we got strong typhoon. But I can, like when you look about Australia, Europe, Canada, they have some heavy fire, wood fire, wildfire. And in fact that you can see that some countries, they are really already impacted with the sea level rise, with the drought, with flood. So in fact, I think it will depend on the different country, because in fact people is not reacting the same way as they do not feel the impact that it will be directly on it. At the end, if you take it at the group level or international company, it's okay. You know, they manage their global strategy, so that's fine. But when you have a local entity, it's a different story.
Yeah, I'm going to go a little broad. So my comment is going to be more on innovation practices in general. Definitely, you should take into account the regional variation. And I'll tell you why. Because if you're in the innovation space, you probably have done or have heard of design thinking. Right? I think all of us is familiar with that. And one of the things that I have a love-hate relationship with design thinking, and the recognition that I think we need to recognize that it was designed, and I could be wrong. If I'm wrong, you guys can tell me, right? It was designed primarily for and by Americans in the Western culture. Because a lot of design thinking involves interaction with users, interaction with customers, right? If you've been to America, you know it's very natural for you to walk on the street and say, hey, nice shoes, man. Where did you get that from? Completely natural. So when you do interviews and things like that, it's a little bit easier. In Asia Pacific, you know, if you walk out here and you ask people, especially, I don't know what it's like in Taiwan, but in Thailand, if I go out there and I say, hey, you know, I just want to ask you a few questions, you get a different kind of reaction. You know, so we definitely need to kind of take that into account so that we can achieve the same goal using a different Asia-Pacific, Thailand-specific, or Taiwan-specific strategy that's appropriate for the culture. It's the same with sustainability as well.
Yeah, and I think, yeah, the situation, the country is different, and the people are different. So we need to always keep some agility with the innovation. Do you want to have a last poll?
Yeah, anybody got any questions you're dying to ask?
Well, the opportunity will be both. They can ask you linear and non-linear as well. So this would be one of the options. Or secondly, you can always catch up with them and pose your questions in person as well. We'd like to thank Agnes and Jarkus for holding it down for us once again. Thank you very much, guys. We really appreciate that. Richard Chang joins up on stage to present tokens of our appreciation to our fireside panelists. Agnes, a big thank you to you, and Jarkus, who we'll be hearing and seeing more from post-lunch, joins us in a very unique presentation. Agnes, on behalf of Enterprise Asia, a big thank you. Jarkus as well. Let's pose for a photo opportunity as we thank the both of them, please. Give them a big round of applause. Jarkus, we take one more with you this side. Thank you, Richard, and thank you once again, Agnes and Jarkus. Well, as mentioned, it's the lunch hour. It should be very soon. Merci beaucoup, madame. Amen, as always. So, ladies and gentlemen, the next item on the agenda, well, if you're our physical attendees and delegates, we have lunch that's catered for you. I see everyone smiling now. For our virtual participants, you'll take a quick break, and we'll see you in a short while from now. Ladies and gentlemen, with a morning filled with a lot of interactive, informative, and fruitful discussions with quite a fair bit of takeaways, it's time now for us just to sit back and enjoy lunch. It will be served once again in a very unique place called the Wishful Room, as in wishful thinking. It's located on the second floor. And the gateway for that will be to turn left upon registration. There'll be lift or the escalator for you to choose to bring you up to Wishful A and B to enjoy your lunch. Some ideas that we can share with you. Please, we invite you to share your programs and initiative with your newfound peers that you have met here today in this summit. There's nothing more effective than genuine feedback, and also be generous with your name cards and introductions, as often the best support you can get from your peers are at events like these. We please invite you to enjoy lunch, and we will resume at 2 p.m. sharp with Jarkus for his presentation. Wishing you bon appetit, and do once again enjoy the lovely spread, which is available at Wishful. Thank you very much, and enjoy your lunch. corporate innovation coach at Epica Consultancy. As mentioned earlier, formerly the lead innovation practitioner at Pruxa Holdings. He's also worked with Roche, Thailand, and ExxonMobil Thailand as well. And he'll be on stage for this summit to deliver his presentation theme, Embedding Sustainable Innovation in Company Culture. Join me in giving Jacques another big warm welcome back on the stage. Jacques, thank you very much. It's over to you.
Just a mic check. You guys can hear me okay? Hey. I think just need to see when my slide comes up. Okay, so I expanded the topic a little bit, collaborating and embedding sustainable innovation in corporate culture. Just to give you guys some background in terms of what I've been doing and my experience, I started, unsurprisingly, in the IT support area almost 20 years ago, doing support IT as well as management of teams. Back then I started, if you can see that, from the oil and gas industry, and then almost 10 years ago I had some exposure, if you can, in terms of to modern practices of design thinking, agile, and then a deeper dive into innovation practices. One thing I would ask you guys today is to give me some feedback. It's very unlikely that I'm like a diamond, you know, perfect, that I do nothing wrong, everything I say makes sense to you. I'm not expecting that. And I think what I'm hoping for, if you come to me or connect with me later, and especially if you think some of the things that I'm saying don't make sense, because if you don't tell me, the next time there's a conference, I'm going to say the same thing again, because nobody has told me that I'm wrong. So I'm hoping that a lot of the things that I say today will resonate with you. I'm going to say a couple of things that I think you guys will find slightly thought-provoking and maybe a little controversial. If it makes sense, let me know. If it doesn't, let me know as well. So it's a long topic, but I think there are actually three keywords here that I'm going to touch on is sustainable, innovation, and culture. We talked a little bit about the fact that sustainable actually has two meanings, and I'm going to touch on those things because both of those meanings, the first one being sustainability in the sense that how do you keep something going? How do you build a culture and make sure that it stays the same? As well as sustainability in the sense that how do we keep the world a better place? You know, how do we make it an improvement? Of course, innovation and culture are both tied to that. So at the end, within this 40, 50 minutes time frame, you have a broad view, and if you want to have a better, deeper understanding or discussion, let's connect afterwards. So we're going to talk innovation, we're going to talk about culture, and culture is such an interesting thing because, especially if you go to a country and you see something, you're not sure whether or not that's a cultural thing or is it just something that they do. I just Googled this image and I just thought, it's an interesting thing. Is it a culture? Is it a celebration? Or is it just something that they do periodically, just putting umbrellas out? Is there meaning to it? And then obviously we're going to touch on how all of this ties together towards sustainability. The first thing first is innovation. And I'm going to ask a very, very basic question. Before we hit that basic question, there are a couple of innovation myths that we believe. I used to believe this as well. And the first one is that innovation is simple. What is innovation? Do we know what it means? Because we use that word so often. It's probably the most Googled word over the past, 50, 60 years. More interesting question, I ask you guys, what is the difference between an innovation and an invention? Is there a difference? If there's some of my friends or colleagues, some of you guys feel brave enough to shout out the answer, that's okay as well. It's a question that I think I'm a gadget guy. If you go to my place, my wife would tell me I buy all these drones and 3D and VR and everything else. But about 10 years ago, I started asking this question. I'm sharing you an image here, and I think a lot of you probably recognize all of these devices, hopefully. Any guesses, and I think you can shout it out if you feel comfortable, as to what these devices have in common? Apart from the fact that I guess they're all peripherals, they're all computers, tech, any other thing? So, they were all invented by Xerox. The Xerox PARC, I think currently they're under PARC, the company called PARC, and the reason I share this is because if you look at this device, in Thailand at least, the most well-known product, most well-known invention is that one on the far left. It's so popular, it's called the Xerox machine in Thailand. It's called a Xerox machine no matter what brand it is, right? But the challenge is, so what happened to all these other inventions? Xerox was the first to invent it. But if you look, the Ethernet, I think, is well known by companies like 3Com or 3M nowadays, right? If you look at this introduction of graphical user interface, you think about Windows or you think about Mac OS, right? If you look at that tablet, you think about iPad. What I'm trying to tell you today is just because you invented a technology doesn't mean that it's innovative. And I'm not just saying this, I'm going to share with you where I got this from. So in the innovation cycle, some of you guys may be familiar with what I'm about to share with you. There are 3 things that we need to focus on. The first one is feasibility. Can we build this? Do we have the technology to build it? And what I've just showed you was the technology that Xerox built. They built all of that. That's the first component of innovation, feasibility. The second one is viability. Can we generate revenue stream? Can we sustain ourselves? Can we make a business out of this viability? And the last one is desirability. Very simply put, does anybody actually want this product that we've built? I don't think it will surprise you guys that innovation is when you have all of these 3 things in intersection. So what I've just shared with you is a product that started. If you built something, if you generated, built a new technology, you came out, you built a product that's new to the world, you've done the feasibility part. Your challenge is now, how can I make it viable as a business? And how do I find people who actually want this? I'm going to give you some very extreme examples, and just to give you some idea of what it looks like when you fulfill some of these requirements. And they're very cheeky, so don't feel offended by some of the challenges I'm putting in there. You guys can see what I'm doing, right? That image. So obviously, it's feasible. Somebody can, maybe want a golden, they want to build a golden bathroom. We can make it, right? There are some people who want it. I'm not one of them. I don't make that much money. But there are some people who actually want this. But the question is, can you actually generate sufficient revenue to sustain this business? That's what you need to do if you've got 2 of the 3. At the bottom, you may be familiar with Google Glass, right? Feasibility, we can build it. Viability, you can sell it, through the channel. But desirability, questionable. Maybe there's some people who want it, maybe they don't. I think right now the status of this product is in enterprise only. And the last one, I don't know if you recognize this character, right? Desirability for a time machine. Who doesn't want it? I want it, right? And maybe you think about viability. Yes, yeah, we can actually make money out of it, but feasibility, we can't build this. We cannot build this yet. So when you look at this 3 things together, I ask, just maybe a show of hands, let me just shout, you guys can shout the answers. Which do you think is the most challenging one to get? Help me out, guys. Anybody? I know the answer, so, it's always fun to kind of shout out the answers. No takers? Anybody think viability is the most challenging? No? Feasibility? Yeah, feasibility? Desirability? Wow, you guys are good. Before I reveal the answer, I mentioned that an innovation, an invention that doesn't have value is not an innovation. I didn't bring that out. This is actually, I don't know if you guys know, there is a standard for innovation management, ISO standard 56002. It actually says that for an innovation must realize value. This implies that an idea and inventions are not an innovation until you realize value. And value is a really complex thing. This makes, I think some of you guys guessed it correctly, and I think I'll share this in a little bit. Which one has more value? Right? It changes, right? Your value changes. I mean, if you are losing weight, maybe the value is here, right? But maybe you've been on a diet for the past 6 months, then that's very valuable to you, right? That's why desirability is such a challenging thing to do. If I were to do a quick poll today and say, I always say that there's two kinds of people in this world. Those who love durians and those who hate durians. Anybody here hate durians or love it? Yeah, anybody love durian? If I ask you, please don't like it. Please do not like durian, or the opposite. You won't be able to do it, right? You won't do it because you love it. Why? Why should you not? So changing the human behavior, changing human value, changing that desirability is the most challenging. So innovation is not simple because humans are very complex. So in order to build an innovation, you have to find the value. You have to find what it is that your customer value. The second myth, and I think I might get some reaction here, is a lot of time when we talk about corporate innovation, we talk about creativity. We feel that we need to find the most creative people in the room to build an innovation culture. It's probably true, but I'm going to give you another very simple tips to building a very innovative culture. And I think you talk about culture, you talk about the way we do things here, right? Is it okay to do certain things? Is it okay to behave in a certain way? And a very simple way that I'm going to share with you has something to do with this graph. Can you guys see this graph a little bit? So it's a graph of a skill that children do. And I've shared with you a little bit. From the age of 1 to 18, you will see that children acquire the skill of reading and writing a lot. From it increases. Any guesses what this red skill set is? Some of you, if you have children, you may be able to guess. I don't know. No guesses? I'm giving you a clue with this picture. Before I reveal you what the answer is, let me share you a story of a friend of mine. His name is Sam. In the corporate innovation world, Sam worked with me a lot, and his job was to do reporting for one of our users, And one of the things that users came to him one day, there's a user in Thailand, asked Sam, hey, can you help me to create this report, this new report, automation? Can you do it for me? In the corporate world, Sam has two choices. The first one, which is what a lot of us would do, is to just do it. Sam didn't do that. He's a very, very inquisitive person. He asked this lady, she said, what do you actually do with this report? What do you do with it? And I'm changing the story a little bit here just to make it more interesting. He said, the user said, I actually generate this report and I send it over to Sweden. So Sam asked, okay, do you know what Sweden does with it? And she said, I don't know, I just sent it over. So Sam scheduled a meeting with our user in Sweden. Have a call overnight, ask the same question. What do you do with this report? And our Swedish colleague said, hey, I don't know, I sent it over to Brazil. So he, being the inquisitive person that he is, he scheduled another call with the Brazilian person and say, hey, what do you do with this report? Anyone guess what the answer is? We don't use it anymore. We don't use it anymore. So in terms of corporate innovation, a lot of times when we focus on just doing the way that we do things here. We've been doing this, all I've been doing is doing it. I just generate a report, I send it over without actually understanding why we doing the report. And the quality that I'm asking for, that I'm going to share with you, is this little thing called inquisitiveness. I'm going to skip over to the next slide. This is actually the ability of children to ask questions. If you have children maybe the age of 3 to 4 years old, they ask so many questions. Why do we do this? Why do we do that? Why is this? Why is that? What's Christmas, Daddy? What's that? What's this, Mommy? We ask so many questions. And by the way, if you want to read, this is from a book called A More Interesting Question. So it's all about asking the question in an interesting way. This is the quality that somehow we forget. Once we start working, we are brought up in a world where there's a single right answer and a single right process. And we no longer ask so many questions. The previous slide was actually just to kind of challenge you guys. How do we bring this inquisitiveness, as everyone here is wearing a very formal suit, right? And yet, how do we ask questions like we were children again? How do we create a culture where, if you don't understand something, if you don't know something, you can ask and say, hey, I don't know, why are we doing this? Is this going to take us somewhere? Is this really going to add value to the customers? Rather than focusing, without understanding why we're doing certain things. So one simple tip that I found really useful is building a culture where people can question processes. Some of you guys may ask now, like, wow, but it's really challenging, especially, and I'm throwing you guys a little bit of a challenge here, especially in the Asia-Pacific culture, because we don't like asking questions. We don't like asking questions. So one thing that I did that worked really well when I was working corporate was in the team, in my team, we had this role called the devil's advocate. So in our team meeting, we would have this rotating role. This person, his or her sole job is to ask questions. Why are we doing this? Why are we doing that? Just so it takes away the stigma, so it's your job to ask the question. I'm just going to ask the question. I don't have to look at if it's okay with the boss to ask this question because it's my job. You have a chair who's running a meeting, then you have a devil's advocate whose job is to ask all kinds of questions inside the meeting. So try and implement that in your team. That might help a little bit. So it's not all about creativity. It's also a lot about curiosity as well. The next myth is innovation is about superstar. Because when we think about innovation, we think about Steve Jobs, we think about Jeff Bezos, and we think about all the famous people. Fortunately or unfortunately, and this is where I feel very strongly about I&D, if you were here this morning, inclusion and diversity, when you talk about innovation, it's very rarely a single superstar game. I always say innovation is a team sport. It's about how do you generate ideas, how do you generate thoughts, how do you generate questions, and build off each other's thoughts and ideas. So the way to build a culture of innovation is to go beyond just me, just you, and just create a network of innovators who can build off each other. And I want to share with you some of the example why this is needed. There are only certain things that you can do when you focus on your job, on your role. So if you look at the value chain, and I'm not talking about the supply chain, value chain that some of you may be familiar with. I'm talking about the innovation value chain. Innovation typically happens when somebody has an idea about something. You know, I think I want to create this to solve this problem. You go through the process. At the end, you have a product or service that delivers some value. One of the tips, one of the ways to create more value, and I'm giving you an example. If you are a company selling light bulbs, right, like this fluorescent light bulb, your focus and your client and your value, the most straightforward value is you pay me to buy this light bulb from me, and what the value you get is lighting. So you might focus on, hey, you know, buy light bulbs for us, it's really cheap, right? But what if we consider two things? What do people do before they buy light bulbs from us? And what do people do after they bought the light bulb? Might sound really impractical, but it's kind of like if you were to buy a light bulb, what are your considerations? There's some obvious ones, right? Like the cost, right? The cost, how much it cost me, have we been using this vendor before, are they trustworthy? Those kind of questions. But the other interesting question is what happens after the usage of the light bulb. This was a question that Philips, I think a couple of years ago, Philips was selling light bulbs, and they were trying to find, they normally talk to the CPO, Chief Purchasing Officer, who only has a view as to how much it costs to buy this light bulb. But they expanded their question a little bit beyond that. They asked the question, what happens after the light bulb? And maybe you guys know the end to the story, because a few years ago, it actually cost companies a lot of money to dispose of the light bulb, more than to buy the light bulb, because back in the days, we look at the fluorescent light, it has mercury. So, you know, to dispose of it responsibly costs actually them a lot of money. So what Philips ended up doing was to offer a service not only to sell, but also to dispose of the light bulb as well. So this is how you would find value after. But you could only do this, the only person who has this view was the CFO, and Philips went to talk to them, because the CPO, he doesn't have this view, he's involved in purchasing, but he's not so much involved in the disposition of it. The CFO, who handles the finance, he sees the number, she sees the number of how much this was costing them. So if you're interested, I just share with you one of the way of, there's a book, you know, called Blue Ocean Shift. Some of you may have heard of Blue Ocean Strategy. It actually, you know, allows you to ask these kind of questions. What do I do? Why do people have? What are the alternative? What other kind of values can we give to the customers? And I've just shared with you, there's this thing called 6-path framework, and it was path 3, where instead of looking at people who normally buy your product, you look at other people who may be interested in the process. The last one is the fact that there's a belief that I think if we are an innovative company, you know, we are okay on our own. We can create innovation. We can create value by ourselves. And if you were here this morning, I'm going to share with you, going to touch a little bit now on sustainability and how this fits in. If you were here this morning, you know that I said that being sustainable is expensive. If you want to create value, if you want to be an innovative company and you want to focus on sustainability, you want to deliver value in this area, makes it very challenging, but you don't have to do it alone. So if you think about some of the things that I share with you, there's a couple of things here. I'm going to go through them. So I mentioned this morning, the term carbon neutral and net zero actually implies two very different things. If you are doing carbon neutral, scope 1, which is emissions that's directly within your own organization, that's in carbon neutral. Scope 2, indirect emissions for generation of purchased energy. You are in control of that. You can make decisions and choices, right? To be able to claim that you are carbon neutral, you only need to fulfill scope 1 and scope 2. Now, I think I mentioned this morning that scope 3 is emission by your partners, by your suppliers, by your customers. In a nutshell, carbon neutrality, when you talk about carbon neutral, is in your control. But if your company has a vision to go net zero, it's mostly in someone else's control. Going back to the point that I was trying to make earlier, you're no longer able to achieve this goal by yourself. You need to work with your chain of, the upstream supply chain, and then disposal and users as well. So you need to go beyond just a company. And this looks really daunting. I'm going to give you 2 examples now of a real-world example, and it starts with everything I've talked to you about. You guys know what this is? I think we don't have it here in this hotel. But if you travel a lot, you see this, right? Hotel soap. So if you were an innovative and inquisitive culture, you see hotel soap like this, what are some of the questions that you might ask? And there's no right or wrong answer. If you can talk to your neighbor, maybe, is there any interesting questions? So the story I'm going to tell is of a guy. He is based in the United States. He does a lot of traveling, probably travel maybe 2-3 times a week. If you're familiar with the US, it's a large country. And he was a salesperson, so he traveled a lot. And the one interesting question he asked was, what happened to all these soap? If you stay in these hotels, sometimes if you stay for a short while, for a night or 2, you use it, and there's still a fairly big chunk that's left. So because he travels so much, he wonders, what happened to all these soaps? This gentleman named John Seipler, back in 2009, he asked this question, and then he started wondering, okay, look, is there a way to somehow make use of this? There's all this soap. How can I reuse it and make some value, create value out of it? Because remember, I told you guys, right? It doesn't matter what you have. It doesn't have any value. Then it's not an innovation. So he went through the process. He found friends and found process how to put all these soap together, reformat it, make it look, repackage it, right? But then he has another question. Another interesting question is like, who would want to use this? That soap is very cheap, it's still usable, but it's still, who would want to use this? So he had to reach out to people he knew. Who else in the world? Is there anybody else in this world that actually need this? So turns out there is, children in some countries where soap is not readily accessible. And just having children hand washing reduces, infection and sickness by a significant amount of number, right? Next question, lots of questions, right? I told you, asking a lot of questions can put your company on a path. The next question he had was a very important one. Who's going to pay for all of this? Who's going to pay for all of this, right? Because, as you said, he's in America, and this is, in Africa, in Asia, maybe. These are his partners. And Hilton is one of them, yeah? So this is all started from questioning, trying to find out ways of making a difference. And hotels, going back to the first example, actually spend money to pay people to get rid of their soap. Only now, they're actually regenerating value out of this. And if you're interested to find out more, you can go in that QR code. And obviously, a lot of contribution, millions of soap, millions of landfill that was saved. But it's no longer just a singular or individual company's game if you're talking about sustainability. Very challenging if you want to do it alone, but a little bit more, achievable if you work with others. So, I'm just going to summarize before I share with you one last story. I wasn't sure I was going to have time, so what I've just shared with you is if you have an idea and you are able to take a look at it before and after the value. So in the case of the soap, it was built for the hotel, and then apparently its life expired, but somehow we managed to recycle and find another value for it. And we come back to where we were before. And when you talk about innovation, a lot of times this is the way that it works, right? You find value, you look around, is there anybody else who can make good use of this? Especially relevant if we want to talk about sustainability. The glue, this is my final story. The glue that holds everything together. I've shared with you a lot of things. Asking questions, networking, and collaborating. And this, I think this story kind of brings everything together in terms of corporate innovation. In the 1950s, I think late 1950s, you guys may, I don't know if you guys were here. Obviously, I wasn't when the first satellite was launched in the world. Obviously, Sputnik, right? Sputnik was launched in 1950s, 1960s. These two guys, I'd be very surprised because I didn't know about them until a few years ago and I came across this story. That's a full TED Talk if you guys are interested to hear about it. Geyer and Wuffenbach, not very familiar name. They work at the Applied Physics Lab in Johns Hopkins Hospital. And their day job was to do some research, but one of the things that they were interested in was these guys play a lot with radio frequency back in the 1950s. And when Sputnik was launched, in their spare time over the weekend, they talk to their bosses and they say, hey, Russia just launched a satellite. I wonder if we could track it to see when it's going past in America. So they asked their boss, they told their boss, we were working on this, we're doing it in our own time, working over the weekend, and we're using the lab's computer to do the computational, right? So they're in the lab, they're tracking, satellite Sputnik moving across the Earth. Their boss fully aware of what they're doing. Nothing happens for a couple of months. They go about their business, they do their research, until one day, their boss came to them, and they say, hey, you guys, that thing you were playing around with, you guys are tracking an object moving in the sky from the Earth, right? The boss asked them a question. Can you do it in the other way around? So the guy was like, okay, what do you mean? So if you had a static object in the sky, can you track a moving object on the Earth? Does this sound familiar? What they invented was something that I think every one of us uses nowadays. I use it a lot. Google Maps, trying to find, okay, where's this? Where's that? That's how the GPS was invented. I love this story for several reasons. Because when you think about it, innovation is not a singular spot. It's not a single person inventing this thing. And another thing, a lot of times, great innovation wasn't designed to do exactly what it became famous for. So in this case, they weren't even thinking about, they didn't go around and say, hey, let's invent the GPS. It was something that they were doing out of passion, out of love, out of something, but they made sure that their bosses know that network. That's why I think networking is so important, because Jacques, one day, maybe you remember me on something else. Maybe you met Agnes this morning. Your company is working on some sustainability initiative. You say, hey, that's that person. Let me just go and see if she can help us with this. And that's exactly what happened. Their bosses disappeared, came back and said, hey,
what about this? And if you guys know, if you're in Thailand, like line, here's another fun fact. Line wasn't invented to be a messenger. If you look at the history of line, it was invented in Japan as an emergency alternative means of communication, when every other alternative communications break down and it somehow evolved into a messaging app. So this is a lot of times when, especially in corporate innovation, we feel and we think that to be innovative, you know exactly what needs to be built. That's very, very rarely true. And I think this is actually my last slide, so the rest are backup. Any comments? I've said a lot of things. I've probably said a lot of controversial things like, hey, you know, if you have an invention or an idea, it doesn't matter. It's not innovative as long as you can't find any value. So if you don't agree with me or if I'm wrong in some way, hey, you know, let me know. Don't leave me hanging and don't let me say the wrong message at the next innovation conference. At the end, all I'm hoping for is this, actually should be my closing slide, but how do we bridge this gap between generations? I'm an advocate of inclusion and diversity, right? I believe that different generations have different things to offer. Experience brings something to the table. Being very inquisitive brings something to the table. And we have to work all together so that we have a more sustainable future. That's all I have for today.
Can we give Jacques a big round of applause, please? Richard, may we please invite you to present a token of our appreciation to Jacques once again for joining us here today for the International Innovation Summit 2023. Can we have the token up on stage, Wilson, if you will, please? A great presentation. Thank you once again for sharing, Jacques. Let's give Jacques another big round of applause. And thank you, Richard. Can we just double check to see if there's any questions that we have for Jacques, please? Okay, so Jacques, I'd like you to take your time. I think there are 3, so we start with the first one. Strategies or incentives that you have seen effectively motivate employees actively participate in sustainable initiatives.
Yeah, I think I mentioned this in the last session with Agnes. You know, people will respond to what you measure. You know, if you want people to participate in a sustainable initiative, you need to put it up front in your corporate initiative. You know, make that your corporate focus, corporate priorities. And if you still have performance assessment, that should be up there with your measure of successful year, right?
Practical steps or initiatives that employees at any level, so I think we have to stress any level, can take to contribute to a culture of sustainable innovation.
So I shared with you some of the examples already, right? How do you create an environment where everyone is able to just ask that question? You know, why are we doing this? Is this really sustainable? And you know, it's going to be, I think, when you talk about change, it's not just the employee, it's also the management, right? I mean, I used to be in a middle to upper management, and it's very uncomfortable. when you're used to people just executing and doing what you do, right? When it changes to be, when I ask people to do something and they say, why are we doing this? Is it sustainable? It's a difficult change, challenging change for management as well, and we have to prepare ourselves for that. You know, that what we may no longer know, what we think we know.
Rekindling curiosity of employees and managers in traditional companies to ask, so that's going to be, I think, a hard ask or a hard step.
Yeah, there are 2 things I think I shared with you. One is having that role, the devil's advocate. But another one, I think, is, in my experience, you know, part of the reason people are uncomfortable to ask questions is because as management, we are trained to, how shall I put this? We are trained to project an impression that we know everything, that we have the single right answer. So one of the more effective ways is if you as leaders show vulnerability, show that maybe I don't know it all. One of the most powerful example that I had was about 8 years ago when we started doing agile transformation. Somebody in the team, I think nobody at that time in the company knew anything about agile, including myself. So what happened was my team came up to me, get my approval, say, Jack Chris, I want to go disappear over the next 3 days, and I'm going to train on agile and find out what this is. And I told her, I said, look, I don't know what agile is. You know what? I'm going to come with you. But that's the thing, right? I mean, I didn't know what agile was. And I think as leaders, when you're talking about innovation, when you're talking about sustainability, when you're talking about something that's truly new, nobody knows, including management. So I think showing that vulnerability then makes it a little easier for people to ask questions when you demonstrate that even I don't know everything.
Revisiting the final question, I mean, being a consultant like yourself, is there like a different method from traditional companies to, let's say, now newer tech companies, for example? Do they operate the same or are they somewhat different?
So I will say that there are pros and cons. If you work in a corporate environment, when you focus on innovation, some of the things that we take for granted is it's very easy to get things done. You have processes. If you want to reimburse, if you want to go to training, if you want to go on vacation, there are systems and things you just enter in, right? And then the approval flow, right? If you're in the startup world, a very small company, I'm helping a lot with the startup, none of that exists. None of that exists, and we sort of have to build it ourselves. It's the kind of question, like, I'll tell you one clear example. So if you're in a corporate, when there's an issue, the first thing that we do is, okay, how many people are impacted? It's how much money are we going to lose if we don't resolve this issue? 10,000, 10 million, whatever, and you escalate, right? You have a very specific matrix on if this, then that, if this happened, then do this. In a startup, it's like, everything is critical. and it's one of the conversations that I've had with some of the startup I'm working with right now. I say, look, I don't think it's critical. Why are we need to resolve it within the next 3 hours. Like, okay, what happens if we don't resolve it in 3 hours? If you're in a corporate, that's already well established. That's already in place, But in a startup environment, it's like you're trying to figure that out.
It's two separate worlds, indeed.
Yeah.
Well, a big thank you once again, Jack Chris. Can we give him another big round of applause, please? Thank you for answering all of our questions, Jack Chris. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the International Innovation Summit comes to an end of a very highly successful day today. May we take the opportunity to thank all of our wonderful speakers for today for their powerful sharing, and to you, our delegates, for joining us. It was certainly a commendable accomplishment. We do hope that whatever you take with you today, be it from our presenters or for the discussions, would be once again to share, to further build what you already have in your company. May we take the opportunity to once again show our acknowledgement to our supporters of the International Innovation Summit 2023. May we thank Bangkok Post Thailand, Business World Philippines, CITA, Commercial Times, Daily Wire Asia, Hong Kong Economic Times, International Chamber of Commerce, the Philippines, Kuala Lumpur Malay Chamber of Commerce, Malaysia Entrepreneurs Development Association, Malaysians Alliance of Corporate Directors, Myanmar Business Executives Association, National Institute of Entrepreneurship and Innovation, PR Newswire, Singapore Thai Chamber of Commerce, SME Magazine, the Philippines Retailers Association, and Vietcham, Singapore. Just a short announcement informing everyone for the registration for this evening's gala dinner of the International Innovation Awards will begin from as early as 5:30 p.m. We please invite you to join us back here to celebrate the best innovations across the world. Thank you for joining us for this summit, making it a real successful one. Let's give ourselves a big round of applause, please. Congratulations. I just had an idea. Would it be okay if I take a selfie group Wi-Fi with you. Will that be all right? Will that be okay? Can we all stand up and come closer to the stage, please? Richard will lead by example. Agnes is still here as well. Kevin, who is here. Kevin, I'm going to use your camera because your camera is the best camera in the world. Come right up. Come right up, everybody. Don't be shy. Although we conclude, but we want to have to remember all of your familiar faces for making this a great success. You have changed everything for us, and we thank you for that. Come on up. Let's take a group selfie together. Wow, look at that, you see? He's got the best phone in the world. I only got one hand now. You got two hands now. Come in. So we face the stage or we face this side? We face the stage, okay. Come on, everybody, come and join us. Let's all squeeze in. So we'll take two photos. The first one will be the official photographer, which will come out in the front page tomorrow's newspaper. Who knows? And the second one will be for us, for social. So everyone into the camera. Thumbs up. Wow. Okay, now we're going to use the most expensive phone in the world. Whoa, my goodness. It's made from titanium. One more happy one. Whoa, on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Give yourselves a big round of applause. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Enterprise Asia. Have a great rest of the year ahead. Merry Christmas in advance. Happy New Year in advance. We'll see you soon. Take care. Bye-bye. We'll see you tonight for where it happens for the International Innovation Awards 2023 right here in Taipei, Taiwan.